In 2019, China held the 70th annual National Day Parade. In addition to being a celebration of Chinese culture, this parade has evolved into a showcase of the country's growing military might, and among the highlights of the 2019 iteration was a brand new rifle, which China is hailing as the next-generation rifle family for its military, the QBZ-191. Reports suggested that the rifle would be a standout, not only in China but on the global stage. Improved accuracy, greater reliability, and enhanced system performance were all touted, giving the impression that the QBZ-191 would be a rifle that could not only match what the country's enemies have, but exceed any other rifle's capabilities. But is any of this really true? As is so common with Chinese weapons, official information is thin on the ground, and what China does release could be classed as propaganda as much as real insight into the QBZ-191's capabilities. All we have are snatched video clips and outsider commentary. Both of these suggest that the QBZ-191 is a disaster of a rifle that won't help China make any sort of inroads in terms of matching or exceeding the rifles already available to other countries. Before we dig into that, it's worth taking a closer look at the state of Chinese rifles before the QBZ-191 came along. The QBZ-191 is designed to replace the QBZ-95 rifle that the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, has been using since around 1997. That rifle was important to China, not only for its quality but also because its introduction represented one of the first attempts the country made at standardizing rifles across its entire military. Prior to the QBZ-95, China essentially used whatever it could get its hands on, at least to a certain extent. This approach was most prevalent during World War II, as explained by Duo Yongxian in a 2022 article published by the China Project. Speaking of China before its liberation, he noted that soldiers in the country had no standardized weaponry. In the Northeast, they used Japanese rifles. In Shanghai, they used American guns. Down in Yunnan, they had French guns. In the Northwest, it was Russian equipment. It was a haphazard system of equipping a ragtag army, and one that couldn't persist as China marched toward militarization. Some relief from that system came after World War II, when China began working more directly with the Soviet Union, allowing for a consistent flow of AK-47s into the country. Duo, who was then in his 20s, worked under a Soviet advisor during this period. His aim was to help China's small arms industry at the time learn how to make as many SKS and AK-47 rifles as they possibly could. But the relationship between the Soviets and the Chinese producers didn't last. According to Duo, that left China in a position where it was essentially making a second-rate copy of a more established weapon. Its Type 56 assault rifle, also known as the Type 56 automatic, was essentially an AK-47, with the later Type 63 and Type 66 rifles also being derivative of Soviet designs. The problem persisted into the 1970s, with the PLA's entry into Vietnam in February 1979 showing that China was still equipping its army with variations of the AK-47 and SKS. China quickly retreated a month later, with one of its key problems being that it was essentially fighting fire with fire. Vietnam was also using Chinese and Soviet weapons, so China had no rifle-based advantage. A new rifle was needed. Developing one initially fell to a man named Wang Shijing, who started working on what would become the Type 81 rifle in mid-1979. His rifle entered the prototype stage in 1984, and it moved to full production in 1986, but it was rife with problems. Wang Shijing cut corners whenever he could, leading to his Type 81 essentially being a tweaked version of China's Type 66, again a rifle that was little more than a Soviet ripoff all knocked together with spare parts. Enter Duo Yongxian. Given a degree of freedom he'd never had before, Duo was tasked with creating a new rifle that would be more than a copy of Soviet technology. It should be China's rifle, the gun the nation could be proud to call its own, from production to the military. That remit led Duo to inviting two titans of the rifle manufacturing industry, Eugene Stoner and Mikhail Kalashnikov, to China in the early 1990s. Inventors of the AR-15, which would be used by the US military as the M16 and the AK-47 respectively, both provided insight that Duo couldn't get anywhere else. However, it was Stoner's input that was taken most seriously. Duo believed the M16 fired straighter and was more versatile than the AK-47. Armed with new knowledge, Duo set to work on a new Chinese rifle. The result was the QBZ-95. Going into production in 1995, the rifle would quickly become standard issue for all Chinese troops. It's not difficult to see why. An assault rifle, it has an effective range of about 1,640 feet when used on area targets, which drops to about 984 feet when fired at point targets. It fires Chinese-made 5.8 by 42mm rounds, which were specifically designed for the rifle, and has a standard 30-round magazine. as well as some variants being compatible with 75-round drum magazines. It can also pump out around 650 rounds per minute. But most importantly of all, it was Chinese. This history of China's military rifles offers important context when discussing the QBZ-191. Not only does it show that the new rifle is of completely Chinese origin as well, meaning it can't be accused of being a rip-off of another country's technology, it also showcases how new China is to developing rifles for its military. Everything it's made up to the introduction of the QBZ-95 was essentially a Soviet rifle, in all but name, with the QBZ-95 being the first rifle that China could truly call its own. While that advancement was important to China's development as a modern military power, it also means the country's designers and manufacturers only have around 30 years of experience working on rifles that aren't derived from others. That inexperience may be one of several issues that wind up making the QBZ-191 a far less effective rifle than China claims it to be. And that brings us to the first reports of the QBZ-191 being used. In April 2020, the National Interest reported on a video released by China Central Television showcasing PLA troops practicing with the QBZ-191. The video represented the first whiff anybody had outside of China of the weapon after its 2019 introduction, but it offered some insight into what the rifle would be offering to the PLA once it officially replaced the QBZ-95. After all, the QBZ-95 wasn't without its problems. Its flaws included hitches when trying to change firing modes and cheaply made night sights that rapidly lost their glow. Throw in poor quality control, and it was possible that a QBZ-95 one soldier had would be more prone to issues like jamming than the version given to another soldier. The QBZ-191 is supposed to remedy those issues. National Interest reports that the carbine version of the rifle has a 10.5-inch barrel, though the version that will be given to infantry increases that to 14.5 inches. There's also a marksman variation of the rifle, which likely will have an even longer barrel. It's also clear to see inspiration being drawn from modern iterations of the AR-15 rifle, in addition to a Picatinny rail on top of the QBZ-191 that is clearly inspired by today's European rifles. Like the QBZ-95, it's a gas-operated assault rifle chambered with China's own 5.8 by 42mm rounds, though it at least has a new version of that round that's designed to work better over longer distances. Speaking of range, National Interest suggests it has a 1,312-foot range, dropping to 984 feet in the carbine version. That would make it less effective over longer distances than the QBZ-95, though the range figures released for that rifle may be exaggerated. These reports are backed by Military Factory, which offers the same effective range. As for firing, both resources suggest the QBZ-191 can rattle off around 750 rounds per minute, 100 more than the QBZ-95, and that soldiers can switch between semi-auto and full-auto modes at will. However, there's no burst fire mode. What's notable here is that the QBZ-191 represents a move toward a more traditional rifle layout. With the QBZ-95, China followed a bullpup layout, meaning the rifle's magazine and action mechanism sat behind the trigger. The rifle's receiver served as its buttstock, essentially making the rifle a stockless gun. The QBZ-191 does away with the bullpup design, likely for the better. After all, National Interest points out that this design made the QBZ-95 ergonomically awkward because it forces a soldier to place their face closer than they might like to the action when aiming. All of this points to the QBZ-191 being a definitive improvement over the QBZ-95. But if that's the case, why might the rifle end up becoming a complete disaster? That's certainly the impression you get if you browse the web looking for information about the QBZ-191. Among the technical specifications, you'll see posts on Reddit and gun forums suggesting the rifle isn't all it's cracked up to be. Do those rumors hold water? Or are they trumped-up efforts to make the QBZ-191 seem worse than it really is? The first reason why there might be some fire to that internet smoke is somewhat philosophical, though there is a practical element to it. One of the main reasons China invested so heavily in the production of the QBZ-95 is that it wanted a rifle that would move it away from its reputation of being a country that simply copies other designs. For all of its faults, the QBZ-95 was Chinese. The QBZ-191 is supposed to represent a huge leap forward in that design philosophy, but that leap may be a little more than a step. To some, China hasn't even moved forward at all. You may have seen hints of this in National Interest's description of the QBZ-191, which essentially follows the design philosophy set by the AR-15 and some European rifles. The truth about guns goes even further. It points out that apart from the China-specific rounds, the QBZ-191 is essentially a variant of the AR-15. It features a similar modular design on both the lower and upper portions of the rifle, with the early prototypes even matching the AR-15's trigger groups. The QBZ-191 also uses a buffer tube and what appear to be variations of Magpul magazines. The only difference, according to The Truth About Guns, lies in the use of a piston instead of direct impingement, but even that isn't as innovative as it first appears. The civilian market for the AR-15 has been experimenting with pistons for years. According to the website, the result is the QBZ-191 is a little more than a copy of an established rifle that's been tweaked a bit before being placed into mass production. In other words, it's exactly what China was doing with its Soviet-inspired weapons during the 20th century. And that raises questions. After all, we know that the Chinese knockoffs of Soviet-era weaponry resulted in a lack of quality control across the board. National Interest pointed out that this was even an issue with the QBZ-95. Shifting into mass production so soon after the QBZ-191's introduction could lead to more of those quality issues, even if the rifle itself is supposed to represent a shift toward greater quality over quantity. There's also the previously mentioned philosophical issue. Can we really consider the QBZ-191 a Chinese rifle? Beijing will certainly say it is, but those in the know will point to its remarkable similarities to the AR-15 as evidence that China hasn't innovated at all. It's simply taken what exists, tweaked it, and claimed it as its own. And therein lies another problem. China claims the QBZ-191 represents the next generation of rifles. That may be the case for the PLA itself. It's been using the unreliable QBZ-95 for decades, so the shift to the QBZ-191 would likely be considered a massive upgrade if the rifle can live up to its specifications released so far. But given how similar the QBZ-191 is to the AR-15, it's clear there is little advancement in actual rifle design at play here. In fact, the QBZ-191 may be even worse than the rifle it's copying. After all, the M16, the military's variant of the AR-15, has a maximum effective range of 1,804 feet. That's nearly 500 feet more than the QBZ-191. The point here is that China's impressive new rifle may really be yet another example of the country trying to play catch-up. Suppose national interest and the truth about guns are to be believed. In that case, Beijing had essentially built its own version of the AR-15 at a time when the US was actively replacing the M16 variant of that rifle in its military. As of March 2024, the US has officially fielded the Sig Sauer XM250, which is chambered to 6.8mm to give it a greater range and increased lethality against soldiers in body armor compared to the M16. China is playing catch-up to a country that's already moving on from the rifle that inspired the QBZ-191. Of course, some of these criticisms may come off as unfair. China is far from the only country to build elements of the AR-15 or M16 into its rifles, and it likely won't be the last. The problem is that China's march toward modernization isn't progressing fast enough with a rifle that appears to be a close copy of the M16 when its main competitor is already moving on. Then there is the issue of the rounds. China has long proclaimed its 5.8 by 42mm rounds to be superior to the 5.56 by 45mm NATO rounds used in many Western rifles. Beijing says its bullets are better at penetrating armor, offering an increase of 0.39 inches at 980 feet compared to NATO rounds, and that its 5.8 by 42mm rounds retain more speed and fly at a flatter trajectory. All of that is debatable. After all, China introduced the rounds in 1987 and hasn't fought any major conflict using them since then. In other words, there's little actual data about the round's capabilities beyond what China itself claims. That lack of data isn't proof that the QBZ-191 doesn't have the stopping power of an equivalent rifle. However, there does seem to be a problem with these rounds, which could either come down to the rounds themselves or the rifle from which they're being fired. Keyholes. In August 2022, a video surfaced on the r/guns subreddit showing a SWAT team training to use the QBZ-191 in a shoot house clearing situation. The video offers insight into the quality of China's SWAT teams, with the room clearing appearing to lack any corner clearing. The team seems to meander from room to room, pointing their rifles at pre-designated targets rather than actively checking the room to ensure it's cleared properly. However, the biggest issue was seen in the targets that the SWAT team fired. At several points during the video, the SWAT team is seen firing at paper targets with the QBZ-191 rifle, all fairly standard stuff. The shots were taken at a range of about 20 feet, nowhere near the rifle's supposed maximum range, which would be pretty standard for room clearance. disregarding the accuracy of the shots as several bullets missed their targets. Close-ups of the paper target showed another potential problem. Every round seemed to keyhole the target. For those who aren't aware of what keyholing is, it typically occurs when a bullet is unstable as it exits a rifle's barrel, essentially leading it to tumbling through the air rather than firing straight at its target. At a distance of 20 feet, the impact of those tumbles is negligible. The round should hit its target so quickly that there are no issues. But over longer distances, a tumbling round creates major problems. Since the round is essentially rotating in the air, it loses the aerodynamic qualities that allow it to maintain velocity and accuracy over a distance. Think of it like trying to throw a dart in reverse. The dart's design isn't made for that type of throw, meaning you'll have to generate a lot more power to get it to a target than you would if you threw it properly. From the video, that appears to be what's happening to the 5.8 by 42mm rounds being fired out of the QBZ-191. The question now is simple: why is this happening? There could be several reasons. The more generous rifle enthusiasts among you might suggest that the Chinese SWAT team used training rounds rather than real 5.8 by 42mm rounds. That's a possibility. Simulated ammunition doesn't act the same way as the real thing, but it's difficult to tell from the video alone. Another possibility is that there are problems with the QBZ-191 itself. Gat Daily did a deep dive on the video, suggesting the keyholing rounds may indicate an unrifled barrel, or at least rifling that doesn't match the weight of the projectile being fired. Either issue would cause tumbling, which suggests the QBZ-191s in the video had been rushed through production or subject to such minimal quality control they're prone to throwing off bullet trajectories simply because they're not built well enough. An age-old problem for China resurfaces. If it truly was a rifle issue, China has a lot of work to do to standardize the production of the QBZ-191, ensuring it reaches an appropriately high standard in the process before it can start equipping soldiers with it. After all, quality control failures would have a massive impact on the battlefield. Rounds tumbling out of rifles massively reduce penetration, rendering one of the supposed advantages of the 5.8 by 42mm rounds moot, as well as reducing the rifle's effective range enormously. Still, there's a possibility that it really was the rounds. Some suggest the SWAT team was using rubber bullets, which would result in the tumbling. Plus, a range test of the QBU-191, the designated marksman variant of the QBZ-191, released in August 2022, seemed to show no evidence of tumbling. However, this does not eliminate the possibility of quality control issues, which could affect the rifle as it's deployed en masse. Speaking of the QBZ-191 being deployed, China has another issue to confront: the sheer size of its army. For all of its faults, the QBZ-95 is a fairly inexpensive gun to manufacture. The QBZ-95 version of the rifle cost 4,300 yuan, around $600 based on modern exchange rates to build, with that low price point being essential given the size of China's army. It has 2.035 million members, according to Global Firepower, as well as around 500,000 reservists. Equipping them all with QBZ-95s cost an estimated $1.52 billion before you consider ammunition. That's a substantial investment. There is no data on how much the QBZ-191 costs to build, but you have to assume it costs more than the QBZ-95. Re-equipping its entire military with the rifle likely cost Beijing upwards of $2 billion. It has the money. China announced a 7.2% increase in its military spending in 2024, reaching $236 billion. However, the country has also a history of not investing in its soldiers, preferring to dedicate its growing budget to developing missiles and other large armaments. Is it possible that Beijing may try to cut corners with its rollout of the QBZ-191? Perhaps. Alternatively, Beijing may be left in a situation where it's trying to rapidly roll out a new rifle to over 2.5 million people, creating an environment in which manufacturing standards drop and quality control, as has so often been the case for China, becomes an issue. China has history in that area. In 2015, E.T. Brooking published an article examining the state of the Chinese army in 2014. It noted that Beijing then had around 2.28 million soldiers on active duty. It's since slashed that number by about 300,000 and a defense budget of $132 billion. The problem was that Beijing spent just $1,523 to outfit each of its soldiers at that time, which is around a 13th of the amount the US spends to outfit one of its soldiers. Most of that money went toward the soldier's QBZ-95 rifle and helmet, which combined to cost $945. But even then, we see examples of cost cutting. Those helmets, for example, are little different from those issued during World War II, as they're made using steel rather than Kevlar found in most modern military helmets. E.T. Brooking also reported China only issued 2 radio sets per company during that period, and that soldiers don't even receive compasses as standard issue. Compare that to the $20,500 being spent to equip a U.S. soldier at the time, which included spending on advanced protective gear as well as weaponry, and there's a clear disparity. Why does this matter? It shows Beijing's preference for quantity over quality. It also shows China is willing to cut corners when it comes to equipping its infantry. Most of its military budget will, in fact, be dedicated to developing bigger, better weapons, ahead of making sure its people on the ground have what they need. Granted, this was 10 years ago, but if China hasn't modernized its approach to equipping its soldiers, we might find that the rollout of the QBZ-191 is affected by this penny pinching. The rifle itself may or may not be up to a high standard. That's still to be determined. But if China's troops are still as poorly equipped as they were in the past, it might not even matter. A new rifle would do little when so many other problems exist. Of course, the main problem we face in assessing the QBZ-191 is that the rifle isn't available in the US. Since 1993, the rifle's developer, Norinco, has been banned from exporting firearms and ammunition into the US, making it challenging for anybody outside of China to get their hands on the QBZ-191. It's also worth noting, as National Interest points out, Norinco has spent the last couple of decades making what amounts to clones of more famous American guns. The Norinco M305 is a little more than a cloned M14, whereas the Norinco 97 copies the Winchester 1897 design. And that brings us back to the QBZ-191. There are already suggestions that it's a little more than a copy of an M16. Given the manufacturer's history, those claims may carry some weight. And if they do, the QBZ-191 goes right back to experiencing the problem that we saw back in China's period of cooperating with and then copying the Soviet Union. It will be operating with a rifle that's an outdated copy of a far superior gun.
China's meteoric economic rise in the last 3 decades has seen the world's largest nation pick itself up from its agrarian roots to become a robust and modern economy. While not more powerful than the US economically, China's is the only economy in the world to truly rival the US's. Yet all of China's economic expansion has created a crippling national Achilles heel: its overwhelming reliance on naval trade routes to export its trade goods and supply its ravenous appetite for oil. If China is to truly become a peer competitor to the US, it must secure and defend its access to the world's most important shipping lanes. In today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're taking a look at the Asian powerhouse and asking, is China ready to take on the US Navy? For decades, China focused primarily on maintaining national sovereignty by establishing a large ground force capable of fighting off another Japanese invasion or their former Soviet rivals. As China's economy expanded, though, its reliance on maritime trade grew to a staggering disproportion. While every nation relies on maritime trade, China's economy depends on the sea for 60 to 80% of its imports and exports, and almost all of its oil supply. This has placed China in a precarious situation where it is uniquely vulnerable to disruption of those trade routes and forced a shift in focus from a ground army to a growing naval and air force. China's maritime strategic position is unique and completely stacked against it. With the bulk of its oil passing through the Indian Ocean, another of China's longtime rivals, India, is in a position to easily disrupt and even completely shut down Chinese shipping. While China maintains a larger and better equipped naval force than India, Indian ships would enjoy land-based support and quick resupply, while China would have to find a way to forward deploy a sizable battle group to the Indian Ocean that could fend off not just the Indian Navy, but the land-based Indian Air Force as well. Not only is this currently strategically impossible for the limited Chinese Navy, but China also lacks the supply and logistics ships needed to keep a task force out at sea for extended periods of time. War against the US would likely involve India as an American ally, but even if it didn't, China would still have to face America's formidable Pacific Fleet. With 2,000 aircraft and 200 ships, to include 33 nuclear attack submarines, America's Pacific Fleet alone is more than a match for China's entire Navy, which numbers at 193 combat ships and 710 aircraft. In any conflict, the US Pacific Fleet would also quickly be augmented by other American naval forces. So could China hope to fend off the US Pacific Fleet in the event of war? In 1996, in response to the US granting a visa to Taiwan's president Lee Teng-hui, China launched massive military exercises meant to intimidate Taiwan, beginning with live-fire missile and artillery firing just kilometers from Taiwan's shores. This was followed by a widely publicized amphibious assault exercise meant to signal that China was ready and willing to cross the Taiwan Strait and invade the long independent island. In response, the United States deployed 3 aircraft carrier battle groups to the area and an amphibious assault ship, the largest display of American military might in Asia since Vietnam. This brief confrontation forced the Chinese to admit that they could not hope to stop the US from defending Taiwan, and internally, Chinese military leadership doubted the possibility of defeating the US Navy in any combat scenario. Humiliated by the US's response and their inability to prevent it, China reshuffled its military priorities, placing a much greater emphasis on its naval, missile, and air forces. 2 decades later, their efforts have paid off in spades, with China boasting the largest ballistic missile force in the world and a competent, if still limited, navy. Yet China is still saddled with a great deal of internal issues, the most pressing being the systemic corruption that has for decades thrived amongst the Communist Party leadership and the armed forces both. Despite Xi Jinping's anti-corruption purges, the damage to China's military by a long legacy of corrupt and ineffective leadership could take years to reverse. China also faces a serious recruitment, training, and experience problem with its armed forces. Unable to meet military recruitment quotas, China's armed forces have been forced to lower their recruiting standards several times since 2010. This has resulted in a crop of recruits whose current capabilities are questionable to say the least. As noted by Chinese observers, in 2012, a People's Liberation Army unit became so stressed out in the midst of a 15-day wartime simulation that the ongoing exercise had to be put on pause and time taken out for movie nights and karaoke parties. By day 9 of the exercise, a cultural performance troupe, PLA parlance for song and dance girls, had to be brought in to entertain the homesick soldiers whose morale had plummeted. Further reporting notes that this is likely not an isolated incident, and Chinese watchdogs have long observed that China engages in little comprehensive training of its troops in comparison with their Western counterparts. In fact, China's confidence in its own troops is so low that it was only in the early 2010s that Chinese units began to take part in UN peacekeeping deployments, long refusing to take part out of fear of international embarrassment. To further compound China's challenges in waging war against the US or another peer power, the nation has not fought a major conflict since a brief skirmish against Vietnam in 1979. The modern Chinese military has absolutely no experience in modern combined arms warfare, and to further compound China's problems, it also lacks a joint command structure amongst its various military branches like the US employs. This means that in war, it would be difficult to coordinate Chinese ground forces with their air forces or naval forces with their missile forces, etc. Given the fast pace and chaotic nature of modern war, this would leave China unable to quickly respond to and defend from threats. After the humiliation of the 1996 Taiwan Strait crisis, China began to invest heavily into its missile forces with the goal of threatening American aircraft carriers from deep within the Chinese mainland. Maintaining the world's only missile service as a separate branch of its military, China's commitment to long-range standoff weapons is not to be underestimated. Yet despite boasting that its new DF-21 carrier killer ballistic missiles could shut the US out of the West Pacific, the truth behind these boasts is dubious at best. A ballistic missile strike on a moving target in the middle of the ocean requires a long and very complicated kill chain involving land-based radar, airborne radar, satellites, and command and control nodes to all coordinate tracking and targeting of an enemy ship, and to date, China has not displayed the capability to successfully execute every step in this complex kill chain or to protect the individual links from attack or interference. Yet even the most optimistic American naval commanders acknowledge the threat that China's ballistic missiles present to a carrier battle group, which is why the US has responded by engaging in the most ambitious ballistic missile defense program in its history, testing everything from airborne to ship-installed directed energy weapons such as lasers to a new generation of the standard model anti-air missile to classified anti-satellite weapons projects. The US has taken the Chinese ballistic missile threat very seriously. China's missile forces are its best tool for keeping the US Navy at bay, but unproven as they are, it's doubtful just how effective they would ultimately be. However, the one thing that China, and most people in the US, tend to forget about are the US's submarine forces, and that's no coincidence. Secretive by design, the US's Silent Service is the most advanced submarine force in the world, and it maintains a constant rotation of 18 subs forward deployed in the Pacific, with another 8 loitering in potential conflict zones. For the US Navy in the Pacific, this means Chinese coastal waters, and with China's very limited anti-submarine capabilities and notoriously noisy subs, this underwater force alone would be enough to choke China's trade completely and sink the entirety of China's very small amphibious assault fleet should it try to invade Taiwan. Immune to China's ballistic missile forces, America's nuclear attack submarines are its best weapon in any conflict against China, something both China and the US are keenly aware of. In response, China has installed underwater listening sensors across the South China Sea, and for its part, the US has increased annual production of its new Virginia-class submarines to 2 a year through to at least 2030. China is not yet ready to take on the US Navy and win. Yet this is a deficiency it has clearly identified and is working to address with a huge expansion of its own navy, the building of 2 aircraft carriers, and building new diesel-powered submarines. But with a looming population crisis set to explode a demographic time bomb by 2030, where over 65% of its population will be of retirement age, China may find itself pressed for the economic resources it needs to continue expanding its military. The US also faces challenges in maintaining its global peacekeeping naval fleet, but with a strong network of alliances and access to financial networks China does not, it will take some serious and very focused investment in its navy, perhaps at the expense of its other branches, for China to ever truly challenge America in the open ocean.
China is set to be the first nation in the world to field an aircraft carrier to truly rival America's fleet of supercarriers. But how good is China's first attempt at a supercarrier? And why would a fight between the two likely end with China's brand new carrier becoming China's brand new coral reef? The United States has been operating aircraft carriers for over 100 years now, while China is relatively new to the carrier club. This gives the US a significant advantage over China when it comes to running carrier operations, which are notoriously a very tough and dangerous lesson for nations to learn. The United States earned its stripes through many years of very dangerous training and testing, losing many pilots and deck crew in the process. However, China has shown it's a quick learner and has yet to suffer a major naval deck accident. While the plan has lost numerous aircraft as it learns to operate its new aircraft carriers, it has the benefit of emulating the nation that does it the best, the United States. Lessons learned from observing US carrier ops has significantly decreased the learning curve and reduced the price in blood China has had to pay to gain proficiency. But China is far from matching the United States when it comes to operating the most advanced types of warships ever created. Aircraft carriers are floating airfields operating hundreds if not thousands of miles from home. They need to be able to launch very heavy aircraft at fast enough speeds to get them airborne and recover them by bringing them in from takeoff speed to a stop in mere seconds. Anything more complex than a routine training exercise requires careful coordination of hundreds of personnel, and combat operations are something else altogether, with aircraft taking off and landing at the same time. A delicate ballet that the US has learned to perform expertly at a very high price in lives and aircraft lost. China has yet to show this capability, and while it has performed well in training cruises, it's yet to try the really hard stuff like combat-paced operations, such as launch and recovery at night and in inclement weather. The US Navy is an all-weather, 24-hour force trained to pressure an enemy relentlessly, giving no pause no matter how bad the weather is or how dark it gets. These types of carrier operations, however, are notoriously dangerous, and from time to time the US still manages to lose a plane or two. However, China has yet to attempt those more dangerous of carrier operations, and it remains to be seen how well its deck crews and pilots will perform when Mother Nature is beating down on them or in the dead of night. While they will likely learn to master inclement weather and nighttime ops, for now the US retains a significant advantage in this area. What about the physical ships though? How do the two match up? First, it's important to note that the very philosophy behind the use of carriers differs between the US and China. The United States sees its carrier as a global force capable of fighting and winning anywhere on the planet. If you start a mess, you can expect the US carrier off the shore of your country within 3 to 9 business days. China, however, is incapable of global power projection due to a lack of large surface combatants and global logistics capabilities. Thus, its aircraft carrier is instead meant for regional operations, never far from the shore or support of shore-based assets. This is good enough for now, when the greatest challenge the Type 003 might face is a fight against a U.S. carrier strike group for the Malacca Strait. However, if China wishes to dethrone the U.S. as a global superpower and impose its will upon the world, then the Type 003 is not the carrier for the job. China's Type 3 will be conventionally powered, which already places it at a massive disadvantage against a Ford-class American carrier. U.S. carriers are nuclear-powered, which not only makes their range infinite but comes with a host of follow-on benefits. For instance, without the need for refueling, U.S. carriers don't need their own dedicated oiler to keep them in the fight. This significantly reduces an enemy's ability to disrupt a U.S. carrier by targeting support vessels. The Chinese Type 3, however, will require constant resupply, a link in the chain of Chinese naval operations that the U.S. weapons are extremely well suited to breaking. Long-range stealth anti-ship missiles and the U.S.'s nuclear attack submarine fleet all pose deadly threats to support assets and will put pressure on China to fight more defensively than it would otherwise need to. The biggest advantage of the Ford's two powerful nuclear reactors, however, is their ability to generate more electricity than the ships need. This makes it possible to install future technology onto the ship without requiring a massive redesign or lengthy overhaul. The Type 03 doesn't have this capability and is largely stuck in the configuration it'll launch in. The U.S., meanwhile, is looking to soon add technology like directed energy weapons to its carriers and has more than enough juice to do so. U.S. carriers are future-friendly. The Type 003 is not. However, this is hardly surprising. The Type 3 is China's first attempt at an indigenous carrier that can begin to match U.S. capabilities. It's not a final design, so to speak, but rather one that'll influence the evolution of carrier design in the People's Liberation Army Navy. The Type 3 is also about 17 meters shorter than the Ford, at about 316 meters and a displacement of 80,000 tons, versus the Ford's 333 meters and displacement of 100,000 tons. Mass is important in surface warfare because larger ships are simply more difficult to sink. As seen in U.S. naval live-fire exercises on decommissioned carriers, U.S. carriers are incredibly difficult to actually sink. In 2018, Rear Admiral Lu Yuan of the People's Liberation Army Navy stated that the U.S. was so afraid of casualties that China could solve its territorial dispute with Taiwan and neighboring nations by simply sinking two U.S. carriers. Lu said, quote, "We'll see how frightened America is after losing 10,000 sailors." Rear Admiral Yuan has clearly never heard of two things. The first, Pearl Harbor, and the second, a 2005 SINK-X, where the Navy tried to sink the decommissioned aircraft carrier, the America. The carrier suffered 4 straight weeks of abuse of all kinds until she finally had to be scuttled by onboard demolition teams. However, it's important to note that the America was not being subjected to real weapons, but rather controlled explosives. The point of the testing was to see how to build better carriers to withstand combat damage, not to immediately sink her. However, not only did the America survive an intense battery of tests, but the Navy also took the lessons learned from the 2005 SINK-X and put them straight into the Ford. The USS America remains the only supercarrier to ever be sunk, and China is not privy to all the incredibly valuable information that the U.S. Navy gathered from such an unprecedented exercise. There's no doubt that at a fundamental design level, the Ford is simply better engineered than the Type 3. There is one big improvement the Type 3 enjoys that the Ford shares, and the Chinese likely stole it from the U.S. in the first place. While previous Chinese carriers employed ski-jump-style launch systems, the Type 3 will employ an electromagnetic catapult just like the Ford. This means China will finally be able to launch aircraft with full gas and combat loads, something it's unable to do aboard the Type 1 or Type 2. Electromagnetic catapults also significantly reduce complexity, decreasing maintenance and operating costs, as well as being able to be more finely tuned for various aircraft and payloads. This directly reduces stresses on the airframe and extends their service life. But how mature is Chinese technology over its American counterpart? Nobody knows, and the US has been having notorious difficulties with the Ford's catapult over the years that have taken time to iron out. China is standing on the US's shoulders and has been able to bypass a significant amount of research and development though. Aircraft are a carrier's primary weapon, and here China is definitely on the disadvantage. The Ford can carry up to 90 aircraft, with about 3/4 of them being combat aircraft. It's unknown how many the Type 3 will ultimately carry, but it's believed it'll carry about 40 fighters. This leaves the Type 3 outgunned against a Ford. But the types of fighters also matter, and once more China is on the disadvantage in this area too. In March of 2023, the USS Gerald R. Ford deployed with its full air wing for the first time, Carrier Air Wing 8. Currently, the Navy plans to operate its Ford-class carriers with a mixed complement of battle-tested F-18s and new F-35Cs. By working together, the F-35s will be able to dramatically increase the survivability and lethality of their non-stealthy counterparts, as the F-35 can act as a miniature airborne control platform, guiding weapons fired by non-stealth aircraft safely out of reach of the enemy to their targets. However, the Navy is well on track to fully operate F-35Cs from its aircraft carriers as production continues to ramp up. A flying supercomputer, the F-35C is an aircraft with no peer in the Chinese arsenal. Its stealth doesn't make it invisible, but instead makes it incredibly difficult to acquire a weapons-quality lock before it's already firing at you. This advantage alone makes it a lethal threat to Chinese air forces, but with its Block 4 upgrades, which will supercharge this already powerful fighter with a host of new electronic warfare capabilities, the F-35s will receive a capability no other fighter in the world can match: the ability to escort itself through skies filled with dense enemy radar networks. The upgraded AIM-260 air-to-air missile will not just neutralize China's only real current advantage, but overmatch it, with a range of at least 120 miles. The U.S. Navy will finally outrange the Chinese PL-15, which is estimated to have a range of about 100 miles. The F-35 will also carry the Advanced Anti-Radiation Guided Missile Extended Range, a weapon specifically designed to take on China's anti-access area denial defense systems. Successfully tested against a moving target on December 8, 2022, the AAR-GMER can engage enemy radar systems from outside of their threat envelope, keeping its host aircraft safe. Even if the enemy turns off its radar, the AAR-GMER can use advanced digital modeling to locate its likely target and leverage onboard sensors to correctly identify a powered-down radar and destroy it. A missile believed to be China's new anti-radiation missile was spotted in 2020 under the wings of a J-11 fighter. However, little is known about its capabilities, though we do know that China lags significantly behind the US when it comes to sophistication of its weapon systems. The core of China's problem, though, comes from its carrier fighter, the J-15, nicknamed the Flying Shark. It's better known as the Flopping Fish in Chinese military media. The jet was based on a prototype Su-33 purchased from Ukraine, which the Chinese reverse-engineered, much to the chagrin of the Russians, who've watched China buy sample sizes of Russian tech only to reverse-engineer them and make their own versions. In effect, China made the Wish version of a Russian carrier fighter with predictable results. The J-15 suffers from a common problem that all Chinese jets face: bad engines. The Chinese utilize WS-10 engines built by Shenyang Liming Aircraft Engine Company, themselves copies of Russian Salyut Lyutka AL-31FN engines. However, developing aircraft engines is an incredibly complicated endeavor, and the Chinese have not shown that they're quite up to par. As such, the WS-10 significantly limits the operational range and payload capacity of China's air fleets. Recently, a J-20 was shown in flight with testing models of the WS-15, an indigenous design meant to overcome significant shortcomings of the WS-10. On paper, the WS-15 seems set to deliver the kind of performance that the J-15 desperately needs if it's going to go toe-to-toe with American fighters. However, as China remains one of the most opaque nations in the world on military matters, it's unknown just how capable the WS-15 engine truly is. What is known is that Chinese engines are notoriously unreliable. One American pilot remarked at the surprise of Chinese pilots when he told them how he had performed a circumnavigation of the Earth with his F-16 without significant engine maintenance. While the lifespan of U.S. engines is measured in thousands of flight hours, Chinese engines are measured in the hundreds. The J-15 is also one of the chunkiest carrier fighters in the world, weighing in at 35,000 pounds versus the F-18 at 32,000 pounds. This is a significant problem when the plane is still stuck with inferior engines. With an estimated 60 J-15s in service, China also has a critical lack of combat-ready carrier planes to replace inevitable losses. The U.S. Navy currently has about 30 F-35Cs and 273 on order, with 512 F-18s ready to roll. When it comes to numbers, the U.S. is better suited to replace combat losses with better aircraft than China. But China is making strides toward developing the FC-31, a fifth-gen carrier-based fighter which has been spotted in flight testing. The U.S. has stated that once operational, the FC-31 will be a significant threat to fourth-generation U.S. aircraft, but it's unknown how it'll fare against U.S. F-35s. It's also unknown when exactly the FC-31 will enter production or how many the Chinese will acquire. What is known is that China is lagging significantly behind the US, with the American Navy already designing a 6th-generation carrier fighter. The Air Force version of a 6th-gen fighter, known as NGAD, has already been confirmed to be in flight, so by the time China fields the FC-31, it might find the brief parity it enjoyed quickly overshadowed by more capable US aircraft. Ultimately, it's unknown which carrier would beat which in a one-on-one match, though overwhelmingly the signs point to a US victory. With far more experience than China and more mature and better technology in most areas, the US is simply the more competent combatant in this scenario. However, this is not a reason to diminish the threat that Chinese carriers can and will pose to US forces, as China has proven it's a very quick learner. And while it may lag behind the US technologically, the weapons China does field still present a significant threat. With only publicly available unclassified information to work with, the only way to know how each carrier would truly handle itself in battle would be for said battle to actually take place, a tragedy for the world at large as the planet's two biggest economic powers go to war. It's late February earlier this year, and somewhere above the Spratly Islands in the South China Sea, a U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon aircraft is conducting routine surveillance of Chinese ships and installations along the group of remote reefs and man-made artificial islands. These islands have been built by China over the last 2 decades, as the nation lays claim to what it calls territorial waters, despite the fact that this territory is hundreds of miles from the Chinese coast and has been declared illegal by an international court ruling at The Hague. China, however, rejected the ruling and continued to build up its military presence on these faraway islands, reclaiming land from the ocean and building runways long enough to accommodate Chinese warplanes, radar and radar jamming installations, and missile batteries. With the international community rejecting China's illegal claim to the area, the United States has routinely engaged in surveillance and freedom of navigation exercises in order to delegitimize the Chinese claim and to keep tabs on the military developments in the area. Today, a Navy Poseidon spy plane is approaching one of these artificial islands when, from thousands of feet below it, a Chinese Navy destroyer suddenly targets the American plane. Using an extremely powerful military-grade laser, the destroyer aims straight at the cockpit, sending dazzling light into the aircraft and temporarily blinding the pilots. Undeterred, the U.S. plane continues its mission, but for a brief moment the world hung on the edge of its next major war. This incident is incredibly not a rare case, as U.S. ships and planes have pursued freedom of navigation exercises and intelligence-gathering missions in the area. They've been routinely intercepted by Chinese ships and planes. But why is this going on, and how could it lead to World War III? Since 1947, China has laid claim to what it calls territorial waters within a 9-dash line created by the Chinese government at the time. This extends from the southern Chinese coast almost 1,000 miles all the way out to the coast of Borneo and extends to Vietnam and the Philippines coast as well. The claim is not just illegal but incredibly ludicrous. It would be like the United States claiming territorial waters, the entirety of the Gulf of Mexico, all the way to Venezuela. China, however, is undeterred, and in the early 2000s began a campaign of island building by reclaiming land from the ocean and building upon pre-existing reefs. This was a first attempt to legitimize its claims, as no nation can claim water around an island feature unless that island can be proven to support human life. China's answer was to shortcut that clause in international maritime law by creating an island where one didn't exist, and then setting up troop barracks and flying in supplies. Surrounded by neighbors much weaker than itself, while the island-building actions were condemned, they weren't challenged militarily. The last time a nation had dared to stand up to China was in 1988, when Vietnamese forces were dispatched to drive away Chinese incursion into an island within their own economic exclusion zone. A confrontation between Vietnam and the Chinese led to China killing over 60 Vietnamese Marines and destroying 3 Vietnamese Navy ships. China officially occupied the reef and has held it ever since. A similar incident was in the making later in 1994 with the Philippines, but the Philippine government, remembering the killing of Vietnamese Marines and sailors by the Chinese, decided to back down and allow China to occupy features within its own territorial waters. But why does China want this massive amount of ocean territory even when it's so far from home? Well, that's because this area of the world is relatively underdeveloped by the gas and oil industry and is home to some of the world's largest energy reserves that are still relatively untapped. rivaled only by the waters around the North Pole. The U.S. Energy Information Agency estimates that there are around 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 11 billion barrels of oil in the area, with a 2012 U.S. Geological Survey estimating that an additional 160 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 12 billion barrels of oil are still undiscovered. This equates to trillions of dollars in untapped wealth, and China is willing to go to any lengths to ensure it gets it. To add to the economic prize of the region, the area is also home to some of the world's largest remaining fisheries, and Chinese fishing vessels are already plundering the territorial waters of the nations that ring the South China Sea. These fishing vessels have used water cannons to force the fishing ships of other nations away, and with Chinese Navy warships never far away, so far nobody has bothered to fight back. Only the United States has the military might to challenge China's illegal claims, and it has done so repeatedly. Undertaking what is internationally known as freedom of navigation exercises, U.S. ships and planes have routinely moved through the waters that the Chinese military claim as its own around the many artificial islands China has built in the region. Under normal international law, military warships of other nations must pass through the territorial water of a sovereign nation as quickly as possible through the most expedient route possible. The U.S., in a bid to delegitimize the claims by China, has instead opted to sail its ships in a zigzag pattern through the disputed waters, purposefully not sailing as expeditiously as possible, nor taking the most direct route possible. This places China in a difficult position as it can't legitimately claim national sovereignty when the warships of another nation flagrantly disregard that sovereignty. And unlike the small fleets of Vietnam, Borneo, Malaysia, the Philippines, or Burma, the U.S. Navy isn't so easily bullied away by Chinese ships. Instead, China has been forced to respond with everything short of outright force, often shadowing U.S. ships with its own or intercepting U.S. Navy planes on approach to the illegal bases China has built in the region. While so far this hasn't led to a serious incident, thanks on the part by restraint exercised on both sides, this year's laser flashing incident was indicative of China's willingness to push the issue with potentially catastrophic results. Had the U.S. pilots been physically looking in the direction of the laser flash, the high-powered beam could have permanently damaged the vision of the aviators, potentially putting the entire aircraft at risk. So what if the U.S. Navy had lost the entire crew of a P-8 Poseidon? For the U.S., that would have meant the death of at least 9 American sailors, as each P-8 carries mission support crew including intelligence personnel handling many of the plane's extremely sensitive instruments. With U.S. ships in the region already on high alert around Chinese installation and ships, the loss of an entire aircraft to direct hostile action by China could have immediate consequences. In all likelihood, the U.S. would attempt to use restraint and authorize only a tit-for-tat response, likely targeting and destroying an expensive but unmanned Chinese military installation along the disputed island chains. If instead the Navy P-8 had been shot down by actual Chinese weapons, and not just accidentally downed by blinding the pilots, the response would be far different. The U.S. faces a very serious choice. If it refuses to take retributive action, then it threatens to at last fully legitimize Chinese claims to the area, not to mention lose major international face as it essentially bows to China as the superior Pacific power. This is, well, unlikely to say the least, and an actual shoot-down of a U.S. plane by Chinese forces would likely lead to an overwhelming military response. That response, however, would be limited to the specific installation the attack originated from in a bid to allow China the option of not escalating the conflict into all-out war. China would have to accept the loss of what would likely be several missile batteries and a radar and communication station, along with the men manning those resources, or it could choose to escalate the conflict. Escalation would be unlikely, however, as, simply put, the U.S. is by far the superior power in the Pacific. While China can threaten U.S. forces with a large stockpile of ballistic missiles, its Navy is simply no match for the firepower of the U.S. Navy. And most importantly, China has not yet demonstrated that it has the ability to keep its targeting networks for its ballistic missile forces operational past first contact with American forces. Even if, somehow, China's ballistic missile kill chain remains intact, an extremely dubious proposition, its total stockpile is limited, and once those missiles run out, it will be up to the Chinese Navy to fend off the U.S.'s Pacific forces, which would by then be bolstered by ships from the Atlantic Fleet. This is a task it is simply not equipped to undertake. Further complicating problems for China is the U.S.'s vast fleet of submarines, an asset that is routinely overlooked by military planners on both sides, and that's something that the US's Silent Service, as it's known, is more than happy with. With an extremely limited anti-submarine warfare capability, China's Navy would be decimated by this undersea fleet, and with the vast majority of its trade coming through the ocean, an economic blockade of China would lead to a catastrophic consequence for the nation. In the end, it's in the best interest of both sides that no such conflict takes place. While the US would doubtlessly emerge victorious, it would be a costly victory with the greatest losses the Navy will have endured since World War II. With China as its greatest trading partner, the US economy would take a huge hit as well. Though unlike China, the US could redirect much commerce elsewhere. Still, a fully armed confrontation between the two nations would have dire consequences for the world, and is not a proposition either side wants to see. And yet, China continues to build upon and expand on what detractors have taken to calling landlocked aircraft carriers in the South China Sea, unwilling to obey international law and continuing to bully its neighbors. This leaves not just the fate of the South Pacific, but the very peace and stability it currently enjoys hanging in the balance, and this time, it's China whose actions will determine what the history books say about war in the 21st century. If this scenario seems far-fetched, perhaps it's not as far off as one might think, as an armed confrontation very nearly occurred between the US and China back in 2001. On April 1st of that year, a US Navy reconnaissance aircraft was operating near yet another disputed Chinese encampment, this time on the Parcel Islands, when it was intercepted by two Chinese J-8 fighters. In a bid to intimidate the Americans, one of the J-8 pilots undertook two high-speed flybys of the big US plane. But on the third attempt, the pilot completely misjudged his skills and rammed straight into the American EP-3E. The impact split the J-8 into two pieces and severely damaged the American plane, which was sent to an uncontrolled dive. Incredibly, the American pilot was able to recover the aircraft, and severely damaged, it immediately sent a distress signal to a nearby Chinese airfield. The Chinese ignored 15 distress calls, and finally, the American plane simply decided to land on the Chinese runway regardless of permission or not, as the pilot did not believe he could keep the plane aloft any longer. The only casualties of the incident was the Chinese pilot, who was likely crushed to death on impact and unable to eject. Immediately after the incident, and despite the US releasing flight data from the onboard recorder, China claimed that it was the US plane that caused the collision by purposefully turning into the passing Chinese plane. This claim was in short ludicrous and largely ignored by the international community, especially since China never released the flight data from its own aircraft black box. Things in the South China Sea remain tense, and a major incident between the two nations is only one provocation away. What happens next is largely in China's hands, but one thing is for sure, it is unlikely to back down from its claims in the South China Sea, and sadly, conflict seems likely. The United States, the world's premier military power. China, a rising power that may one day be able to challenge the US's own, but today cannot. What if these two military giants went head-to-head though, and the conflict played out on China's own shores? What if the United States decided it needed to invade China? Could China defend from a US invasion? First though, is conflict between the two even probable? The short answer is yes, and the possibility is frighteningly real and seemingly only growing more realistic by the day. Today, these two great powers find themselves locked in what historians have come to term Thucydides' trap. Thucydides was an ancient Greek historian who commented on the rise of Athens and the fall of Sparta. For a long time, Sparta was the reigning power of the Greek world, until the city-state of Athens began to rival it in terms of economy, wealth, and military power. The end result was an inevitable war between the two city-states and their allies, as one side, Sparta, sought to hold on to its spot as the #1 power, and Athens sought to dislodge it. If you think that's ancient history, then consider that out of 16 instances in just the last 500 years alone of a rising power supplanting a pre-existing power, war broke out 12 out of 16 times. Clearly, the odds are not good that the US and China can avoid war. To make matters worse, the seeds of conflict between the two nations already exist in a variety of potential flashpoints. The biggest of these are Taiwan's continued independence and China's aggressive and illegal expansion into the South Pacific. Eventually, most likely due to the matter of Taiwan, a conflict between the US and China is likely, especially if China wants to prove it really is a great power. As long as the US Navy reigns supreme in the South Pacific, China cannot claim to be a great power and cannot influence its neighbors the way it wishes to. For China, conflict with the US is all but inevitable, not just a matter of national pride, but one of continued political survival for a communist party that finds itself increasingly isolated from the outside world by growing democratic movements along its borders. So what if the worst came to worse? Could the US successfully invade China? The US's greatest asset is the presence of its forces all around the world thanks to defense agreements with partners and allies. This is a mutually beneficial agreement as it provides a boost to the hosting nation's economy and ensures its continued defense in the case of a war. For the US, though, it has the added benefit of allowing it to stage forces all around the world and quickly react to a conflict. American forces, with their wide network of military installations and partnerships with nations all over the globe, allow them a degree of flexibility and mobility that no other nation can even come close to matching. In a war against China, the US would rely on its Pacific bases to prosecute the conflict. Spurred on by China's growing aggressiveness against its neighbors in the South Pacific, President Obama launched a strategy of encirclement, much like that employed so successfully against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Today, this means that US forces are deployed or can deploy from bases in Japan, the Philippines, Guam, South Korea, Singapore, Australia, and even Thailand. Plotted on a map, this clearly shows how American military power is posed to contain China, no matter in which direction it attempts to move its own military. The reverse is also true. The wide dispersion of US power in the South Pacific allows it to use military force against China from multiple avenues of approach, forcing Chinese defenses to spread out amongst a host of potential threat vectors. However, the primary purpose of US encirclement is not to start hostilities, but rather to respond to them or prevent them altogether. China's chief strategic problem is that it relies on overseas routes for most of its trade, with up to 60% of all Chinese trade passing through the South Pacific. Current US force predisposition has the foot in the US military poised straight on the jugular of Chinese trade, and it would not take much pressure to shut that trade off and send China into an economic collapse. In case of war, this is exactly what would happen. US forces would immediately begin a naval and air blockade of all Chinese trade, boxing in the Chinese Navy all the way from the Malacca Straits to the Sea of Japan. While the Chinese Navy now for the first time in history outnumbers the US's own Navy, it largely lacks a capability to operate far from its own shores and is best suited for coastal defense. This would make it impossible for China to send a naval expeditionary force to the Malacca Straits and secure them for its trade ships. Then there's the added complication of US allies and partners in the area who would indubitably join the US side in the conflict. Chinese ships trying to leave their territorial waters would find themselves threatened on all sides, on top of having to deal with the formidable American Pacific Fleet. At the same time that the US ships are blocking off Chinese trade, though, the People's Liberation Army rocket force would saturate US bases in Guam, South Korea, Japan, and possibly even the Philippines. These attacks would overwhelm American missile defenses and cause considerable damage, requiring weeks of repair to bring them back into operational status. This huge missile volley would greatly delay US offensive operations by both its air and naval fleets, not to mention the preparation of any sort of invasion force. However, it would also greatly anger the nations that host US forces, as missiles like the DF-21 ballistic missile have a margin of error that can be as much as several hundred meters. Missiles would be destroying not just US forces but also Japanese, South Korean, and Filipino military assets and even civilians. This would further cement support for US action against China. The Chinese missile stockpile numbers in the thousands, but it is ultimately finite, and military facilities can always be repaired faster than missile stockpile can be replenished. Not to mention that long before a second volley can be fired, US forces would have moved to heavily damage China's command and control assets. In the opening of the war, American stealth bombers would strike at Chinese long-range surveillance radar, command and control nodes, and precision military systems deep inside the country. These attacks would be mirrored by a missile barrage nearly as large as China's own being launched by America's large submarine fleet, most of which are capable of carrying long-range land attack cruise missiles. While China may be able to hold the US surface navy at bay with its rocket forces for a few weeks, possibly even a few months, the US submarine force would be impossible to target with those same rocket forces. And given China's extreme lack of anti-submarine warfare assets, the American Silent Service would all but have the run of China's coast. American stealth aircraft and submarine forces would continue striking deep into China, destroying air defense networks, satellite communication nodes, and other vital facilities for coordinating China's ability to threaten the American Navy. US stealth bomber losses would no doubt be very high, potentially knocking the entire fleet of 20 US B-2 bombers out of commission within the first few weeks. Air attacks would then have to rely on unmanned drones supplemented by submarine cruise missile strikes. But eventually, Chinese defenses would be eroded enough to allow B-1 and even B-52 strategic bombers to begin to soften up Chinese coastal defenses. Going any further inland would likely be fatal for B-1 and B-52s, even at this stage of the war, with the Chinese Air Force suppressed but very much still capable. Escorting those non-stealthy bombers, however, would be American F-22 Raptors and F-35s, which would operate from repaired facilities in Japan and South Korea. While the U.S. would suffer losses to both its F-22 and F-35 fleets, the loss ratio would be extremely favorable. After a few weeks of air operations, enough of China's air defenses and most of its formidable fighter aircraft would have been thinned out to allow non-stealthy U.S. Air Force F-15s and Navy F-18s to join the fight, considerably boosting the presence of American combat aircraft. American air forces are not just more capable than China's, but considerably larger as well, with 13,264 total aircraft versus China's 3,210. Of those aircraft, the U.S. operates nearly double as many combat aircraft as China, at 2,085 versus 1,232. To make matters worse for China, U.S. aircraft are overwhelmingly more modern and capable, and its pilots more experienced. China may have the home field advantage, but the U.S. would dominate the air and sea war within a few months, putting a stranglehold on China economically. In the real world, this is the limit of the U.S.'s plans for a war with China: destroy its Navy and Air Force and strangle it economically into submission. In today's scenario, though, we're taking this a step further. Preparation for an invasion of China would take many months and require the mustering of most of the U.S.'s amphibious forces. If the U.S. wanted to gather an invasion force and maintain its global commitments as they stand today, it would need to institute a national draft, which could potentially see it add up to 145 million additional personnel to its military. However, China's 1.3 billion strong population could muster up a defensive force of 753 million. Though with its much smaller military budget, a floundering economy due to the U.S.'s stranglehold on its trade, and damage on its infrastructure caused by American air and naval attacks, China would only realistically be able to train up and equip a small percentage of this number. Likewise, the U.S. would only be able to equip a small percentage of its own reservists, leaving the numbers advantage firmly in Chinese hands. The U.S. has always had the capability to move forces around in large numbers relatively fast, but in recent years it's greatly increased its expeditionary capabilities, adding a number of mobile landing platforms, afloat forward staging bases, and amphibious assault ships. Today, the U.S. maintains 3 Marine Expeditionary Forces, its primary force dedicated to kicking down the door on hostile beaches all over the world. Each force can bring to an enemy's shore between 20,000 and 90,000 Marines and sailors. These would quickly be supplemented by U.S. Army Expeditionary Forces, though they would require longer to assemble, prepare, and transport to a hostile Chinese beach. Initially, the American Marines would be forced to hold the beach alone, though they would not be able to land in their full numbers all at the same time. Not wishing to spread themselves too thin, and with U.S. air and naval power only capable of carving out a very small slice of safety on hostile Chinese beaches, U.S. forces may at best approach the numbers of the amphibious assault in Normandy, averaging between 15,000 and 20,000 personnel per day. This would require a full 3.5 days for an entire Marine Expeditionary Force to make the beach. This would leave 20,000 Marines with the unenviable task of holding a narrow strip of beach against a People's Liberation Army of around 975,000, not counting reservists and conscripts. Even with air superiority achieved, U.S. and Allied aircraft could not hope to hold at bay the vast number of Chinese ground troops, and it's likely that even before the first Marine Expeditionary Force could completely offload onto the beach, the Marines holding them would have been thrown back out into the ocean. Sheer numbers alone make an invasion of the Chinese mainland completely impossible for even the technologically superior U.S., and it would require the unloading of an entire Marine Expeditionary Force in one single landing to secure a foothold against the vast numbers of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. This is precisely why the United States has no plans of invading China, and instead plans on simply destroying the Chinese Navy and Air Force while blockading it economically in the case of war. Good news. The US and China are headed straight for a military clash, which means you'll soon be drafted, and Call of Duty will have new material for at least 20 more sequels. But while China's facing an uphill battle against the United States military, some of the weapons it's bringing to the fight are a grave threat to American forces. YJ-12, YJ-18, and YJ-21 Eagle Strike anti-ship missile. The YJ-12 is China's standard anti-ship missile, and in a not-so-subtle nod to its intended targets, the missile was named Eagle Strike, for its projected role in smashing American ships to pieces. The missile is mostly deployed by Chinese aircraft such as the J-10, J-11, J-16, and H-6 bomber, but has been adapted to be fired from some Chinese ships. The missile was in development as early as 2004, but has been active since at least 2015. The YJ-12 is known to have been adapted to be fired from coastal launchers stationed along China's illegally reclaimed islands in the South China Sea. As a primary line of defense versus U.S. surface action groups, the YJ-12 is a very capable missile with a range of around 300 miles and packing a warhead between 450 to 1,100 pounds. In every way, the YJ-12 is a significant upgrade over the aging American Harpoon anti-ship missile, which still makes up a significant amount of U.S. anti-ship firepower. Unlike any American missile, though, the YJ-12 features the ability to conduct a short supersonic sprint once close to the target, boosting itself up as fast as Mach 4 in order to evade air defenses. This could give friendly forces less than a minute to act to an incoming threat, as the missile also flies low to the ocean and under the radar horizon of target ships. Meant to be fired in volleys, the YJ-12's ability to conduct supersonic sprints in the terminal phase means that the odds of a SAG defending itself from every incoming missile are low. The 300-mile range also allows the Chinese bombers to strike from far away, improving their odds of evading interception by American combat air patrol. The flexibility of being air-launched also allows the missile to be fired from multiple different vectors, further complicating defensive intercepts if coordinated together. Lastly, unless intercepted early, the YJ-12's ability to conduct a supersonic sprint means that incoming debris could still prove fatal to the crew and damaging to any ship caught in its path. If the YJ-12 has one weakness, it's that the missile cannot be deployed from vertical launch cells, limiting its deployment on surface vessels. However, that's not a problem for the YJ-18, which was designed from the onset to be carried aboard both surface and subsurface platforms, such as the Type 95 submarine, which will be equipped with vertical launch cells. The YJ-18 features a smaller warhead, anywhere between 310 to 660 pounds, and a lower speed, as it cruises at subsonic speeds toward its target. Its range is similar to the YJ-12, though limited by the fact that it cannot be deployed from the air. Like the YJ-12, though, the YJ-18 also conducts a supersonic sprint of up to Mach 3 when fired in anti-ship mode. The missile is widely believed to be heavily based on the Russian Caliber design, which might be bad news for China and good news for the U.S., as American-made Patriot air defense systems have shown in Ukraine. U.S. forces can easily intercept Caliber cruise missiles, though these are fired in high land attack trajectories and not in the same flight profile as an anti-ship missile would be. However, one thing that Patriot's operation in Ukraine has proven is that U.S. missile defense capabilities are likely far more formidable than we have previously been aware of. That's why China has gotten to work on a newer generation of anti-ship missiles, and leading the charge is the YJ-21. This hypersonic missile is almost a complete unknown. We have only Chinese military handouts for information, and, well, China has been known to greatly exaggerate capabilities at times. Much has been touted about the new generation of hypersonic weapons, with claims that they are unstoppable and unkillable by any air defense system in the world. This is largely true, though only specifically about maneuverable hypersonic weapons. Russia tried to play the hypersonic card with its Kinzhal missiles in order to create fear in the West, but the truth is that Kinzhal cannot maneuver at hypersonic speeds and is only a hypersonic weapon in the sense that most ballistic missiles become hypersonic in their terminal descent. Without the ability to maneuver, hypersonic weapons are as easy to intercept as any other missile, easier even, as they're stuck to very predictable ballistic trajectories. It's the advent of maneuverable hypersonics that's the true game changer, and China claims to have that capability with the YJ-21. However, modern hypersonic weapons are increasingly expensive weapons, with a very real possibility that America's current efforts could end up producing a $100 million hypersonic missile. That's just not the type of weapon you use on any normal target, as it would be prohibitively expensive, even for the seemingly bottomless U.S. military budget, to field a large quantity of them. However, if China has truly created a modern, maneuverable hypersonic missile, then the price tag could be well worth it to sink a multi-billion-dollar U.S. aircraft carrier. Star Shadow Combat Drone. The future is drone. If the Ukraine war has proven anything, it's the necessity of unmanned combat platforms for future warfighting, and in very large numbers. But while the current war is mostly focused on recon and drones with small payloads, a future confrontation between major powers will put the emphasis on highly capable combat drones capable of taking on both manned and unmanned air targets, and a whole lot more. Air defenses are becoming increasingly formidable, and the vulnerability of even stealth aircraft is ever increasing. Thus, nations around the world have settled on a common theme for their respective 6th-generation fighter designs: the concept of unmanned disposable wingman drones. While the Chinese 6th-gen fighter is nowhere on the horizon, that doesn't mean that its combat drone technology isn't advancing. In all likelihood, Chinese air combat drones will hit the battlefield far sooner than their 6th-gen counterparts that they'll eventually escort. Like most next-generation Chinese weapons, there's very little that's independently verifiable about the Storm Shadow combat drone. Instead, we're forced to rely on deduction and snippets from official Chinese information releases. What we do know is that the mysterious Star Shadow drone may have been filmed for the first time a year ago. The drone bears a strong resemblance to the American X-47B, which was originally meant to be a combat drone until pushback from the Navy fighter pilot community forced the Navy to instead develop a drone for aerial refueling, a move that has since proved foolish. However, this isn't evidence of yet more stolen technology, something China does do as prolifically as it can. Instead, it's a simple case of optimal shaping. There are only so many shapes an aircraft can take and still have advanced stealth features. It's not even known if the drone pictured was really a Star Shadow drone, given that China has a prolific drone design program underway. What we do know, though, is that the Star Shadow is supposed to have a wingspan of under 50 feet, be 23 feet long, cruise as high as 50,000 feet, and be able to fly for about 12 hours. The drone will be able to carry a 900-pound payload internally, which will equate to multiple long-range air-to-air missiles or even ground attack munitions. Whether the Star Shadow ends up being China's main combat drone, what we can say in a future war is some form of Chinese low observable or even fully stealthy combat drone will be there. This will pose a significant challenge to U.S. forces, both by presenting smaller threats with even better stealth signatures than traditional aircraft and by oversaturating U.S. defenses. While China continues to lag significantly behind the U.S. in stealth technology, these drones could be stealthy enough to start threatening critical U.S. support assets such as AWACS platforms and aerial refueling aircraft. Given the U.S. will rely heavily on these assets in the case of war in the Pacific, the use of advanced Chinese combat drones could prove an overwhelming factor for the U.S. Navy and the Air Force. China will, after all, have a home field advantage, while the U.S. will have to use the air power judiciously due to the logistics of operating far from home and airfields that are widely dispersed and vulnerable to Chinese attack. H-20 stealth bomber. In development for over a decade, China has long been looking to join the U.S. as the only other world power to deploy a stealth bomber. Once more, information is incredibly limited, but we do know that the H-20 has blown past numerous projected dates for a first public flight. This could be indicative of significant development issues on the Chinese side, but even as China makes an ambitious attempt to deliver a first-gen stealth bomber, most experts agree that the H-20 is inevitable and America better be prepared for it. The H-20's primary mission will be nuclear, making up the air leg of China's nuclear triad in a similar fashion to America's B-2. It's often been questioned why the U.S. revealed the B-2 when it did during the Cold War, and the answer is simple: it was meant to deter a nuclear conflict from ever starting by showing the Soviets we had a weapon they couldn't stop. Unhappily for us, forced to meander across this mortal coil until a sweet escape of eternal oblivion, nuclear war never came, and the B-2's only combat duties have been in carrying out conventional strikes and gathering intelligence. And it's in this role that it'll be the most dangerous to U.S. forces. The B-2 might be over 40 years old, but the aircraft is still incredibly survivable, even against modern air threats. If China manages to build an aircraft that approximates the capabilities of the B-2, the U.S. could be in real trouble. China's H-20's real primary mission would inevitably be the targeting and destruction of American air defense nodes and radar installations, taking on an anti-ship role in the Pacific to knock out U.S. air defense vessels. This would leave U.S. carriers extremely vulnerable to conventional anti-ship attacks. However, with a range comparable to the B-2, the H-20 could easily carry out conventional attacks against naval installations in Hawaii, Guam, and Diego Garcia. Such a surprise attack could be devastating for U.S. leadership and command and control, especially if such a strike were to hit, for example, the Pacific Fleet headquarters. We don't know any specifics about China's H-20, but we do know that it'll have a flying wing design similar to America's B-2. This means that China has opted for stealth and the ability to penetrate deep into denied skies over speed, signaling that there is significant confidence within Chinese leadership over the H-20 stealth technologies. We know this because we can look at the design of the Su-57 and immediately identify that Russia was not confident in its stealth technology. Thus, the Su-57's designed with frontal aspect stealth and thrust vectoring, clearly indicating the aircraft is meant to get in close and dogfight, rather than strike from afar like American stealth aircraft. The fact the H-20 will sacrifice speed for stealth should be a warning sign for the US military. If America has one advantage, though, it's in the deployment of stealth aircraft. It's been operating stealth aircraft for half a century now, making it the most experienced in the world in this field. This means that the US has likely carefully considered the question of how to defend from stealth threats, knowing that the advent of adversarial stealth capabilities was inevitable. But is America truly prepared, or will it be caught as unprepared and helpless as its enemies have been to US stealth aircraft for decades now? Type 55. It's no secret that any war between the United States and China will primarily take place in the sky and on the waves, which is why China has invested heavily into building one of the deadliest warships to roam the oceans. The Type 55 is the successor to the Type 52D, and it's like the American Arleigh Burke equivalent, a guided missile destroyer. That means its primary armament is a variety of missiles, including the YJ-18 and the YJ-21 anti-ship missiles. However, it also carries cruise missiles for land attacks and anti-submarine rockets, as well as air defense missiles for protecting surface action groups. With 112 vertical launch cells, it outnumbers the Arleigh Burke in total missile firepower, and the ship also comes equipped with double 324mm torpedo tubes. Weighing in between 11,000 and 13,000 tons, the Type 55 is significantly heavier than the Arleigh Burke as well, allowing it to pack in more capabilities. The ship's self-defense features include decoy launchers and a single 30mm Sea Whiz system that presumably can also be used to defend against small boats and drones, as used by Ukraine against the Russian Navy. Its Type 346B Dragon Eye radar is estimated to have a range of about 400 kilometers. However, as usual, the Chinese aren't sharing their secrets. How advanced Chinese radar technology is and how it compares against the US is largely unknown, as no Chinese ship has yet to defend itself from enemy attack. By comparison, US ships have routinely performed interceptions of incoming missiles, drones, and aircraft, including most recently running air cover in the Red Sea against Houthi-launched missiles and drones. Unlike the Arleigh Burke, though, the Type 55 features a stealth hull design in order to limit its radar and infrared signature. While not a true stealth ship like the US Zumwalt class, the Type 55 represents the future of most modern surface combatants, incorporating some stealth features without radical redesign. The ship is designed from the ground up to be the backbone of China's future carrier strike groups, adopted to perform anti-air, anti-missile, anti-ship, and anti-submarine duties. It also features a hangar with room for 2 helicopters to assist in anti-submarine operations, reconnaissance, and logistical support. Widely regarded as an extremely dangerous ship, the Type 55's development and rapid acquisition prompted the US to quickly move to developing its new class of destroyer, the DDG-X. However, while the DDG-X entered its design phase in 2022, the Type 55 is already here, with 6 currently in service and another 10 projected to be built in the coming years. This is increasingly putting the United States at a steady but slow disadvantage, especially when one considers the very slow rate of shipbuilding in the US. Even after the DDG-X is fully designed and finalized, it'll still take years to actually produce a sizable force. America's next-generation destroyer is likely to end up in service after the conflict with China. The Type 55 represents not just a significant surface threat, but the biggest problem facing the US Navy. China's shipyards have a total capacity of 23.2 million tons, compared to just 100,000 tons across all of America's shipyards. That's 232 times manufacturing advantage over America, and the reason the Chinese Navy is increasingly becoming a significant competitor to the US Navy in mass alone, if not capabilities. For now, the United States retains a significant advantage with more battle force missiles and a greater tonnage. But while US shipbuilding lags behind schedule by as much as a year or more, China's shipyards are putting out the equivalent of the entire French Navy every 4 years, and they don't seem set to slow down just yet. America's answer has been the Ghost Fleet, a fleet of unmanned vessels that are nearly fully autonomous. Already, the US Navy is trialing 3 of these vessels across the Pacific, with plans to eventually field as many as 100 additional, smaller, unmanned ships to counteract China's swarm of ships. However, it remains to be seen how the Ghost fleet will compare to modern Chinese carrier strike groups with the Type 55 running quarterback. J-20. Developed in the mid-2000s, the J-20 is China's first attempt at a stealth aircraft, and by most accounts, a successful one. While the J-20 may not compete with the F-22 or F-35 for stealth, it has been widely hailed as a low observable and very capable fighter that's going to pose some serious problems for the US Air Force and the Navy. Much like Russia, China was aware that they were unlikely to be able to directly compete with the American fifth-generation offerings. China's aerospace sector is simply too inexperienced, and the nation has a significant problem when it comes to innovation. It's no secret China has enjoyed the benefits of much stolen technology from the West and Russia, and yet all that focus on industrial theft has left the nation underinvested in innovation and achieving its own breakthroughs. The addition of canards on the J-20 hints at its intended use in combat against America's growing fifth-gen fleet, as does the adoption of new engines that might eventually feature thrust vectoring similar to the Russian Su-57. Simply put, China isn't looking to field an all-aspect stealthy J-20 more in line with the American F-22 and F-35, but rather one that's low observable and stealthy from a head-on aspect. And that's probably going to suit China just fine in future combat. The J-20 is clearly designed to close the distance quickly and fight at close range, while remaining stealthy enough to threaten American support platforms like the AWACS and the aerial refuelers. Armed with the PL-15, the J-20 already outranges America's fighters armed with AIM-120s by as much as 20 kilometers. With its stealthy frontal aspect, J-20s could close the distance and seriously threaten vulnerable air assets and fourth-generation aircraft before turning around and beating feet back to the safety of fleet and shore-based air defense networks. Soon, though, the J-20 will carry the PL-21, which is the future upgrade to the PL-15 and will feature an even greater range, as much as 400 kilometers. With the ability to threaten aircraft from such significant ranges and the advantage of fighting on home turf in any confrontation over the Pacific, China doesn't need to invest in an all-aspect stealth fighter the way the US does. This makes Chinese air fleets cheaper to build, acquire, and maintain, with an estimated 200 or so J-20s currently in active service and hundreds more expected to be procured. The biggest thing holding the J-20 back, though, was its engines. China has historically had great difficulties building modern engines, lagging significantly behind the West and even Russia. Underpowered and far less reliable than US engines, China's air fleet has suffered from range and availability limitations. However, the advent of the WS-15 could be changing that. A domestically produced engine, it's already been seen installed on J-20s, which observers have noted now require significantly less runway to become airborne. Engine specs are unknown given the tight operational security of the Chinese state, but historically we know that reliability has been one of the biggest hurdles to engine design for both the Chinese and the Russians. Before the WS-15, sortie rates would be significantly impacted due to a need for maintenance, especially after an initial surge period. Meanwhile, US engines have proven very reliable even during protracted combat surges. How the WS-15 will fare up in these conditions is unknown, but it's already a big step forward for China. With the WS-15, the J-20 now has the ability to super cruise and enjoys improved kinematic performance. This directly translates to a more dominant air superiority fighter, especially in close quarters, which is exactly where American stealth aircraft are weakest. The aircraft itself recently underwent an evolution as well, with the addition of new avionics, sensors, and even the use of new materials in its construction. Some Chinese sources have stated that the new J-20 may be the first contender for the title of a 5.5-generation fighter, though the Chinese media is known to regularly overstate capabilities. A twin-seat variant of the J-20 is also independently produced by its manufacturer as a demonstration project, Chengdu Aircraft Corporation. A twin-seat aircraft would likely be focused on enhanced electronic warfare capabilities and control of accompanying drone swarms, a job that it's known China is looking to adapt the J-20 for. However, the fact that the US is not looking to produce a twin-seat variant of the F-35 likely indicates that China still lags behind in key technologies, such as artificial intelligence, necessitating the addition of an extra crew member for EW and drone control. Regardless, with 200 J-20s in service and the fleet growing every year, this is an aircraft that's posed to give the US Air Force and the Navy a headache in the case of a war. Type 003 Carrier. The Type 003 Fujian is a massive leap forward for the Chinese Navy and could pave the way for a fleet of advanced aircraft carriers to rival America's own. A newcomer to the aircraft carrier club, China's focus on aircraft carriers is based on two national defense priorities. The first is to be seen as a global power, impossible to do without aircraft carrier support. Modern carriers provide the necessary air wing for fleet defense and offense, without which a surface action group is very vulnerable to enemy air attack or limited in how it can project power inland. Aircraft carriers are such powerful tools of both war and diplomacy that whenever a global crisis happens, the very first question the US president asks is, "Where are the carriers?" Aircraft carriers lend legitimacy in a way that no other warship can do. However, China needs a fleet of carriers as a national defense priority. Currently, the nation is extremely vulnerable to trade disruption via the Malacca and Hormuz Strait, where a significant amount of its global trade passes every day, including critical energy supplies. Aircraft carriers are needed to project power far from home and fend off any rival navies' attempts at enacting trade blockades. Without its own fleet of supercarriers, China will simply never be able to challenge the US and its allies on the high seas. The Type 3 has been designed as the first in its class for exactly this purpose. The ship is a significant leap ahead of both the Type 1 and Type 2, which were ski ramp-style carriers that significantly reduced the capabilities of their small attached air wings. However, the two carriers provided China with the necessary experience in dangerous and delicate carrier operations, something the nation has managed to learn to conduct with admirable speed and at a very low cost of men and material both. Learning to operate carriers historically is a dangerous lesson. The Fujian features an electromagnetic catapult, which will allow for far heavier aircraft to be launched from its dock. The ship completely skips a generation in launch capabilities by going straight to the EM launchers rather than more traditional steam launchers. This is a page right out of the Ford's playbook, but the fact that the carrier is conventionally powered and not nuclear powered like the Ford has put into question just how many sorties the Fujian would be able to launch per day. Then there's the problem of its actual aircraft. Currently, China only operates about 60 J-15 Flying Sharks, which have been nicknamed the flopping fish by some Chinese defense officials due to the aircraft's lackluster performance. The plane is believed to be based on a reverse-engineered, unfinished Su-33 prototype purchased by China from Ukraine in 2001, and the resulting J-15 has a history of underperformance and crashes. A large aircraft, the J-15 is in dire need of new engines and lacks the critical capability of aerial refueling, something US carrier aircraft have been doing for decades. The J-15 is slated to be replaced by the FC-31, a fifth-generation carrier aircraft that will hopefully fix many of the woes of the J-15. Once China has a proven and capable carrier fighter, the Fujian will be a significant threat, though China has a ways to go yet in learning to operate its carriers. The nation has yet, for example, to conduct nighttime and high-sea state operations, something that the US Navy regularly conducts. This leaves the Fujian very vulnerable to a nighttime US attack, or one during bad weather, which is exactly when America's carrier force is likely to strike. With an estimated 7 to 9 Type 3-sized carriers to be acquired by the Chinese Navy, though, in 2 decades the US could be facing its first carrier competition since World War II. Move over, Russia, because the United States has a new competitor determined to reshape the world in its own image. But as the likelihood of the conflict between China and the US grows, just how do the two sides' military technologies compare? And why are America's military leaders warning that China's less advanced military technology might actually be an advantage? In 2023, President Joe Biden delivered a crippling blow to the Chinese economy when he introduced legislation that would ban U.S. companies from cooperating with Chinese counterparts in the development or export of advanced computer microchips. The CHIPS and Science Law was aimed at boosting American production of semiconductors, seen as critical to global competition in the 21st century, and included over $50 billion in subsidies to kickstart American innovation and production. But the part of the law that put in place prohibitions on U.S. companies from working with Chinese companies was merely an extension of a 2022 law that forbade the export of microchips made with U.S. equipment to Chinese companies. Technology has become a key area of global competition, and microchips are the key to technologies ranging from clean energy to artificial intelligence and advanced weapon systems. Known as the chip war, it's impacted nations around the world. In the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the EU and the United States became significantly concerned over the resiliency of the microchip trade around the world. The United States used to lead the world in semiconductor manufacturing and development, but during the height of globalization, those capabilities were offshored to East Asian companies, where production and innovation costs were much cheaper. For years, the US reaped the economic benefit. But with the rise of China, America and the European Union have both been left extremely vulnerable to blockade or interruption of their microchip supply. With its ability to threaten supply routes in East Asia and Taiwan itself, where the vast majority of the world's advanced chips are manufactured and developed, bringing back the ability to fabricate microchips to friendly shores became more important than ever. But equally important was the need to slow down the pace of Chinese technological development. The post-Cold War peace dividend is officially over, and the age of great power competition has now returned. China wishes to reshape the world in its authoritarian image in order to ensure the survival of the Chinese Communist Party, and to upend the current liberal rules-based order and install one much more favorable to itself. But first, we want to thank the sponsor of today's video, InVideo. Have you ever wanted to make a YouTube video of your own but didn't know how or where to start? Well, with InVideo AI, it couldn't be easier. Watch this. Let's say I wanted to make a video about the Wagner Group's mutiny in Russia that happened last year. All I have to do is give InVideo a little information, telling it exactly what kind of video I want, along with what type of voiceover it should have. Now I just have to tell it who the intended audience is, what the look and feel of the video should be, and what platform it's meant for. Click Generate. Wait just a couple of minutes, and just like that, our video is ready.
In recent months, a mutiny within the Wagner Group in Russia has...
Pretty incredible, right? But if you want to change anything, just click the Regenerate button, edit your prompts, and get a whole new version of the video. Or you can give it text commands to make changes. Here, we'll change it from landscape to portrait, perfect for YouTube Shorts, as well as try a different narrator.
In recent months, a mutiny within the Wagner...
You can also click on any piece of media in the video and replace it with another from the media library, or even upload your own footage. When you're done, just click Export to have your final video rendered and exported. Then all that's left to do is upload it to your platform of choice and you're all done. It really couldn't be easier. And our own channel is proof that you don't have to put your face on camera to make a great video. With InVideo AI, anyone can start their content creation career without requiring any video editing skills or complicated tools. You can get started with InVideo AI for free and create up to 4 watermarked videos for free to try it out. And to get your unwatermarked videos, just upgrade to a paid plan which starts as low as $20 a month. So what are you waiting for? Use the link in the description to go to InVideo AI and start making your own content today. China's technological ascension has been swift and alarmed many in the West over fears of what it might do with an ever-modernizing military. Thus, the EU and the US have teamed up to both try to contain Chinese development and increase their own resiliency in case of a global conflict. The EU has invested 43 billion euros into its own Chips Act and aims to double its market share of the global semiconductor industry from 10% to 20% by 2030. China has invested around $150 billion into its own semiconductor industry as part of an estimated $1.4 trillion budget aimed at developing new technologies. However, China's industry produces largely far less advanced chips for use in common consumer electronics, and the nation lacks the expertise and manufacturing capability to produce the most advanced chips, such as Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's 3-nanometer chip. This goes in line with China's troubles with developing advanced manufacturing equipment, such as 6-axis milling machines critical for fabricating cutting-edge aircraft and other parts for high-tech assets. Currently, foreign companies utilize their own 6-axis machines, with Chinese counterparts closely supervising the process, attempting to glean some technical know-how. But more and more of these companies are being forced to move their operations out of the country over concerns of industrial espionage and home nation regulations aimed at keeping advanced technology out of the CCP's hands. President Biden's new microchip regulation has caused significant issues for Chinese companies. It forbids American companies from selling either chips or the machines to manufacture them to China, and American engineers or scientists from working with Chinese companies. Further, companies are now required to obtain special licenses to export advanced chips for use in advanced computing or developing AI systems, all with the goal of introducing strict government oversight and preventing China's acquisition of advanced American chips. The regulation also applies to any foreign firm that uses any American tools or software in the development or production of microchips, which includes a significant number of foreign manufacturers. The EU has taken a slightly softer approach, but has named China as chief concern for technological theft. As a result, the EU is now introducing export controls on both physical goods and even investments in key technology areas, such as advanced semiconductors, quantum technologies, and artificial intelligence. Suddenly, China's found itself surrounded by a great wall of microchip denial, aimed squarely at crippling its ability to develop advanced artificial intelligence and other technologies which could have military applications. The United States is widely accepted to maintain the lead in military adoption of AI technology. But some fear that China is closing the gap. For the CCP, AI is believed to be critical and the foundation of all future economic and military power. In 2017, China's State Council issued the New Generation Artificial Intelligence Development Plan, which states that AI will birth a new era of human achievement, from new industries and products to revolutionizing the way that societies operate. To ensure China becomes a global leader, the nation has invested an unknown amount of money into AI research, though estimates place the low-end figure at tens of billions of dollars. Two Chinese regional governments have made public commitments of 100 billion yuan, or $14.7 billion at the time. The Chinese military believes, and rightfully so, that the future of war is what is increasingly being called intelligentized warfare, marrying artificial intelligence with human operators, but elevating AI to a level where it has increasing autonomy. The United States is already heavily invested in developing key capabilities, such as artificial intelligence-driven electronic warfare, known as cognitive electronic warfare. Currently in development, CEW aims to equip future electronic warfare assets with AIs capable of learning and adapting on the fly in response to enemy action. An aircraft equipped with a CEW system will be able to adapt its offensive and defensive electronic measures during the course of a mission, and then upload a software patch created during the mission to other aircraft to make them even more effective against the threats that aircraft just faced. These thinking systems won't be truly unshackled AIs, but they will still be smart enough and have enough freedom to write their own code in order to evolve on the fly against enemy threats. How far along is China in developing CEW capabilities of its own? This remains unknown given the extremely opaque nature of Chinese society. Whereas the United States military regularly releases updates on new capabilities it's adopted or is working on as a means to deter conflict, China likes to play its cards close to its chest, either because it's far further behind than anyone has estimated, or because it's created advances it hopes to leverage in surprise against the United States and its allies. One area where China has a massive advantage over the US and EU is in its use of artificial intelligence for domestic surveillance. The nation has not been shy about its capabilities to monitor nearly every square inch of even major cities, and indeed most Chinese cities have nerve centers from where officials can monitor their citizens in real time. China has touted the benefits of these systems, such as creating adaptable traffic control models, combating crime, and even things as simple as more efficient trash routes for city services. But it doesn't change the fact that the intent of the citywide surveillance system is control. To aid in its efforts to surveil its own citizens, China has long been developing surveillance AI systems to filter through all the incoming data and immediately alert operators to everything from accidents to unauthorized public gatherings or simply tracking the location of individuals the Chinese Communist Party considers undesirable. It's not immediately clear that this massive domestic surveillance program is truly translating into advantage in developing military artificial intelligence, but it is possible. Machine learning AIs using deep neural networks rely on having huge quantities of data to train on during the development stage, and the massive Chinese surveillance network can provide that data. But training an AI on domestic surveillance doesn't necessarily translate into creating militarized AI, since military AI would need equally large amounts of data on enemy weapons and sensor systems, things which are simply not in range of Chinese sensors and weapon systems. AI is generally application-specific, as in they do one job and they do it exceedingly well. One known use of advanced American AI is in its AI-enabled analysis of satellite reconnaissance images, with American satellites generating millions of images of Russian and Chinese military installations and forces. Those pictures are turned into training data for an AI system, However, while that makes an AI excellent at analyzing even the most minute details of an image, which might hint at real-world developments on the ground, it's generally useless for adopting AI to perform any other tasks. So while China definitely has an advantage in facial recognition technology and domestic surveillance applications of AI, these advantages simply don't translate into a military application. Thus, most analysts are confident that when it comes to militarized applications, China has no advantage over the United States, and may in fact be at a disadvantage, given its inability to gather good data on ongoing conflicts, which could be used as training data for military applications. The United States, by comparison, enjoys the support of a global system of allies and the use of American recon and intelligence gathering platforms in places with ongoing conflicts, such as Ukraine. It's widely believed, for example, that American F-35s have flown inside of Ukraine airspace for the purpose of intelligence gathering, and that American intelligence operatives have long been operating within Ukraine and possibly even near the front lines themselves. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that some Western equipment donated to Ukraine has been used to collect real-world battlefield data, from which training models for militarized AI can be built. Meanwhile, the likelihood of Russia allowing China to do the same is slim, given that the relationship between the two nations is fraught with tension. Further, we know for a fact that American intelligence drones and aircraft do operate adjacent to Ukrainian airspace, with their powerful sensors able to cover nearly the entire nation and scoop up vast amounts of electronic intelligence. If the rumors of the F-35 operating inside of Ukraine are true, and there's a strong indication that they are, then even more and better quality data could be gathered even from well behind the front lines, where the F-35s are believed to have been flying. While China is unlikely to adapt its domestic surveillance AI for military applications, it still gives it one decisive advantage over the US. Chinese tech companies work hand in hand with the Chinese Communist Party. On top of this, CCP regularly places government representatives on the board of directors of companies that it sees as important for national defense. This means that the Chinese tech sector enjoys a very strong partnership and collaboration with the Chinese intelligence apparatus, a capability that the US simply does not have. American culture simply doesn't accept the use of technology as a mass surveillance apparatus the same way that Chinese culture does, meaning American companies' collaboration with America's national defense institutions is greatly limited. For its part, the US government, along with American society, have chosen not to pursue unethical applications of AI technology the same way that the Chinese government has. This is good news for fans of democracy, but bad news when it comes to developing militarized AI systems of the future. And this is of increasing concern, because US intelligence strongly believes that China is aggressively pursuing autonomous AI lethal weapons. It can be difficult to ascertain Chinese capabilities, as the nation remains incredibly secretive about any new developments until they can either be unveiled for deterrence purposes or to export to the global arms market. Despite this, US intelligence is confident that China has made autonomous weapon systems a high priority. In 2018, Zheng Yi, a senior executive at Norinco, China's third-largest defense company, stated that in the battlefield of the future there would be no humans fighting. He further stated that by 2025, he believed that lethal autonomous drones would become commonplace. Most worryingly, transcripts of his speech after the fact were scrubbed of any mention of lethal autonomous weapons, indicating that the Chinese government did not want this information to be public. China's already selling combat drones with some limited autonomous capabilities on the global arms market. Currently, as seen in Ukraine, the weakest link in drone warfare is the need for a constant communication signal back to the operator. This has led to Ukraine losing an estimated 10,000 drones a month, most of them to Russian electronic warfare. However, some Chinese drones boast of autonomous capabilities that can kick in if a communications link is severed, or simply activate to operate the drone without direct supervision. This includes limited precision strike capability, likely using image recognition of known target vehicles or buildings and autonomous reconnaissance within a set target area. The US is also developing AI with similar capabilities and is believed to be ahead of China, at least for the moment. Recently, the US Navy has even tested a fleet of 3 autonomous large surface warfare ships, which make up what is called the Ghost Fleet. In the near future, the Navy might see as many as 100 unmanned and fully autonomous ships joining its manned vessels. performing duties from fleet air defense to minesweeping and anti-submarine warfare. Eventually, though, the Navy believes that unmanned ships will outnumber manned ships in the fleet 3-1. And we're talking large ships, not a swarm of smaller drones, which the US is already adopting into its military architecture. Known as the Replicator Initiative, announced early in the year of 2023, the goal of the project is for the US Armed Forces to adopt, quote, thousands of armed drones within a matter of 2 years. This isn't a lofty future capabilities program. It's a program using lessons learned in Ukraine to make the US military a drone army today. But where US autonomous capabilities are likely far surpassing China's is in the area of aerial combat, known as collaborative combat capability. The US Air Force is developing AI tech, which will power a fleet of small expendable drones that will fly alongside manned aircraft. These drones will make up the backbone of future air power and fly alongside the NGAD, or the 6th-generation air superiority fighter, currently slated to be in service as early as 2030. Each NGAD will serve as a mothership to as many as 5 drones, who will cruise alongside the NGAD and then ahead of it and have the ability to directly engage enemy fighters without supervision from the mothership. Other nations are adopting collaborative combat capabilities, but the US seems to have a solid lead. It's been developing dogfighting AIs since the late 2010s, when DARPA held a competition that pitted various AIs against each other in a dogfighting trial. The winning AI then faced a real human pilot and soundly defeated him in every matchup. China performed a similar feat using an AI-powered drone to take on another drone flown by a human pilot. However, it's not known if the test was less rigorous than the one undertaken by DARPA, as these were not drones with the same characteristics as a modern fighter jet. By comparison, the US Air Force has flown multiple training missions with AIs fully in control of an unmanned F-16. Known as Skyborg, the development of dogfighting AIs has evolved to the point of installing them in actual fighter aircraft, and then letting those aircraft fly real training missions, apparently to overwhelming success. This likely means that the US is far ahead of China in the capability to directly create drone wingmen for its future 6th-gen fighter. There is the possibility, though, that China could actually be at an advantage over the United States by virtue of being less technologically capable. While the US has an overwhelming advantage in the foundations and institutions of research into AI and other technological sectors, this doesn't necessarily mean that it has an advantage when it comes to adopting new technologies. It's known as leapfrog development, and it occurs when a country skips an entire development stage simply because it's better primed to adopt a future development than when deeply entrenched in a current level of development. The best example of this is the adoption of paperless and AI-driven payment networks using facial recognition in China, which sprung up as a result of the nation having no easy process for conducting credit checks, amongst other economic capabilities enjoyed in the West for decades. A similar development is the wide adoption of cellular phones in underdeveloped nations that had little prior landline infrastructure. In both cases, the need for convenience existed, and thus it was easier to adopt new technology that more developed nations adopted slower due to their pre-existing infrastructure. China is not blind to how the adoption of AI could lead to a leapfrog capability over the US, and it has everything to do with all the advantages the US enjoys today. The United States enjoys an overwhelming advantage in everything from stealth technology to aircraft carriers and precision strike weapons. But all of those have created a deeply rooted system of business practices and political interests, which makes it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to adopt any new disruptive technology. China, on the other hand, has no such culture and is thus much freer to adopt a brand new disruptive tech than the US. It's similar to warnings within the US Navy itself in the years prior to World War II that the battleship was becoming obsolete and that the future was the aircraft carrier. Deeply entrenched dogmatic beliefs in the battleship, skepticism of developing airplane technology, and a political and business culture built around the battleships, however, made it nearly impossible for the aircraft carrier's proponents to be heard. Thus, by the start of World War II, the aircraft carrier was still seen as a support weapon rather than the primary strike weapon of the US Navy. Had the aircraft carrier been adopted earlier as the primary strike weapon, World War II would have likely been much different and far shorter. Likewise, established US technology threatens to choke off the adoption of new disruptive technologies. The Chinese firmly believe that the United States spends entirely too much time and money maintaining and upgrading mature weapon systems, limiting how much it can invest in developing and adopting new disruptive technologies. By comparison, the Chinese military acknowledges that much of its equipment is obsolete and in need of replacement, placing it in the perfect position to simply adopt new disruptive tech rather than investing in legacy systems. In one specific example, China's investing heavily in developing small, cheap, autonomous submarines that can directly threaten U.S. aircraft carriers. While China does currently have a submarine fleet, most of it is far from modern and aging out of service anyway. This opens up the door for China to simply refuse to invest in a legacy fleet and instead build a new one, made up of expendable drones that can overwhelm U.S. defenses. Meanwhile, the United States is deeply invested politically and economically in maintaining its fleet of submarines, which may represent an outdated way of thinking about war. Rather than directly competing with U.S. military power by building Chinese equivalents, China may simply be able to adopt new, more efficient, and cheaper ways of threatening said U.S. military power. But it's not all doom and gloom for the U.S. military, because in recent years there has been a recognition of America's reluctance to invest in new capabilities in favor of legacy systems. The Replicator Initiative represents the most ambitious of these attempts to change America's defense culture, and the program will not end when it succeeds at adding thousands of new combat drones to America's arsenal by 2025. Rather, the Replicator Initiative is seen as an ongoing program that'll seek to continuously innovate and adopt rapidly emerging technologies and ensure the U.S. does not suffer the fate of so many previous world powers by becoming rigidly stuck in the past. In the 1984 film Red Dawn, the beleaguered Wolverines, teen partisans defending the middle of America against a Soviet and Cuban invasion, ask a downed U.S. fighter pilot, played by Powers Booth, what started the war. His answer? The two toughest kids on the block, I guess. Sooner or later, they're gonna fight. That's the way many analysts see the current situation between the United States and its allies, primarily NATO, and China and its main military ally, Russia. With all the military spending on both sides, it only seems inevitable that they will eventually use the power they've built up to forward their global agendas. The current situation between the authoritarian East and liberal West has not been this tense in about half a century. The invasion of Ukraine has brought NATO and the United States into as close to an all-out hot war with Russia as we've seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. But with that previous series of events cooled off before shots fired, the Ukrainian war has seen hundreds of thousands of casualties. Russia feels that many of the deaths on their side are due to the military and economic aid sent by NATO and the US to Ukraine. Putin and his political henchmen have repeatedly threatened NATO with nuclear weapons if they feel the existence of their country is threatened any more than it already is. Matters weren't made any better when Great Britain almost had one of its RC-135 reconnaissance planes shot down in September 2022, which would have raised tensions even more. There was another close call in November of 2022 when an errant Ukrainian air defense missile missed its intended target, another Russian missile barrage indiscriminately targeting Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, and landed in neighboring Poland, killing 2 people. NATO has a very specific section of its agreement called Article 5, which states that any attack on a member nation is an attack on all of NATO. For a moment, talks of all-out war between Russia and NATO filled the blogosphere. Russian officials have sought to paint NATO as aggressors in the war, continually claiming that the poor little Russia was directly fighting against the massive enemy of NATO, while the US and its allies have said they are supporting Ukraine's defense with military aid and unspecified intelligence sharing, but not with boots on the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, China continues to make threatening gestures toward Taiwan, including recent armed jet intrusions of Taiwanese airspace following Speaker Pelosi's trip to the island in 2022, and then Speaker McCarthy's trip in 2023. Following the more recent April trip, China effectively closed Taiwan's airspace with waves of fighter jets and for the first time made it seem like they were able to interdict any U.S. support from the east of the island. There is even talk that China might begin to require ships transiting the Taiwan Strait to undergo boarding and searching, which Taiwan says they will vigorously oppose. Are we close to a hot war? First off, let's make one thing clear. The U.S. and China are not on the verge of war. On March 31, 2023, General Mark Milley, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, "I don't think at this point I would put the possibility of imminent war in the likely category, and I think that the rhetoric itself can overheat the environment." However, General Milley did admit that it is possible that you could have an incident or some other trigger event that could lead to uncontrolled escalation, so it's not impossible. That incident would most likely evolve around an attempted Chinese invasion of Taiwan. President Xi has publicly stated that he wants the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, to be prepared to take Taiwan by force as early as 2027, so that risk clearly does exist. Let's take a look at the two main theaters of such a potential war. NATO and the European elements of the United States' forces arrayed against Russia, and the US forces in the Pacific, mostly naval forces, against the might of the Chinese Army and Navy. Of course, such a comparison will not include the opposing nuclear forces. Any of the combatants have enough warheads to turn vast swaths of the world into unlivable nuclear wasteland. For the purposes of this comparison, we will hope that all sides would agree not to resort to such catastrophic weapons. The opposing military strengths in Europe. Before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, most of the world perceived Russia as the second most powerful military in the world. They had massive numbers of tanks and artillery, their air force was seen as a peer with the American Air Force, and their navy was capable and feared, even if it didn't have comparable numbers to the US Navy. Russia's military fiasco in Ukraine has proven their tanks are outdated and poorly designed. Their logistics vanish once they leave their rail network, and their air force has been fragile enough that they don't dare fly over Ukrainian territory for fear of being shot down. The only two legs of their military that remain unbowed by these defeats are its artillery, still numerous, though notably inaccurate, and its nuclear forces, which remain unused and still unproven. As of April 2023, the widely respected research organization Oryx has documented and confirmed an astounding 10,000 vehicle losses by the Russian armed forces, including over 1,900 main battle tanks, half of what it reportedly had pre-invasion, along with 830 armored fighting vehicles, 2,200 infantry fighting vehicles, 800 pieces of artillery, 79 aircraft, 81 helicopters, and 12 surface vessels, including the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, the Slava-class guided missile cruiser Moskva. This is in addition to an estimated 200,000 Russian military casualties, with anything between 45,000 to 50,000 killed in action. These numbers are incredibly high from just over a year of fighting, and are far greater even than what Russia suffered in its 10-year losing war in Afghanistan. The losses are so high that in early 2023, Russia began returning 75-year-old T-54-55s into service, the equivalent of the US using Korean War-era M47s. Russia also lost a reported 1,500 officers, including 160 top-level generals and colonels, and it's clear the once-feared Russian military is a shell of its former self. Standing opposite the vastly depleted and shaken Russian military is NATO, now more united and stronger than at any time in its 74-year history. With Finland's admission into NATO in April of 2023 as its 31st signatory nation, the organization can now boast a combined troop strength of just over 3.5 million soldiers, airmen, and sailors. That includes, however, the US and its 1.4 million strong standing army, not all of which would be fighting in Europe, and Turkey's 425,000, not the most committed of NATO's members. That means the rest of NATO's 29 members contribute only 1.7 million troops total. France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Poland, and Italy each have 160,000 or more active personnel, while other countries have smaller forces to rely on. It must be stated, though, NATO considers itself a defensive organization. How involved they'd be beyond their own borders is anyone's guess. It's important to note that the current war in Ukraine has shown that the NATO members, mostly led by Poland and the US, are willing to supply lethal aid, from missiles to artillery to tanks and fighter jets, to a non-signatory nation whose defense is of a vital interest to nearby NATO members. Since Russia launched its invasion in February of 2022, NATO members have increased both their military budgets and pledged a greater amount of military spending per capita. They've also benefited from sending Ukraine their Soviet-era tanks and fighter jets, which have been replaced with upgraded models, many of them being state-of-the-art models from other member nations, like the US's F-35 stealth fighter and M1A2 Abrams tanks. NATO can also count on around 1,500 Leopard 2s and about 2,500 M1 Abrams main battle tanks, the majority of which are M1A2s, with the rest being the earlier M1A1s, with an additional 800 or so British Challenger 2s and French Leclerc and Arietes. And while the number of aircraft on both the NATO and Russian sides appear about equal, NATO forces employ more 4th and 5th generation fighters like the F-35 and the improved and updated versions of the F-16. While Russia is still reliant on more outdated MiG-29s introduced in 1982, MiG-31s introduced in 1981, and the Su-27s introduced in 1985. These three plane types alone account for more than 750 of their total 1,100 available pre-invasion fighter aircraft, a disproportionate number of outdated and non-modernized platforms. And as has been seen in Ukraine, many of these aircraft have not been maintained sufficiently in order for them to be combat ready anytime soon. It's clear that a war between only the European forces of NATO and the struggling military of Russia would be a one-sided affair. But how would China fare against a mostly US force? The opposing forces in the Pacific. China, it should be obvious, has not suffered from an equivalent loss of military strength as Russia has over the past year. In fact, the modernization and expansion of its military has been impressive and has caused its neighbors like Japan, Australia, India, and the Philippines to increase their own military expenditures. Yet China is still missing major components that will allow it to go toe-to-toe with the US Navy. These missing elements suggest China would be better off waiting at least 5 years, and possibly as much as 10 years, before it initiates an open military confrontation with the West. For example, the People's Liberation Army Navy, the Plan, currently operates 25 of its modern 10,000-ton Type 52D destroyers, with its own version of the Aegis-type radar system, along with 8 of the more advanced 13,000-ton Type 55A destroyers, along with 6 of the earlier 7,000-ton Type 52C ships. There are up to 12 additional destroyers currently under construction. But while these ships are designed specifically for missile and aircraft defenses, they've yet to deploy with the planned HQ-26 medium-range ship-to-air missile system, which was based on the Russian 9K-37 Buk, first developed in 1972. This new missile system is reportedly equivalent to the US SM-3 missile used by the Aegis ballistic missile defense system, and was expected to be able to engage short and medium-range ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and both manned and unmanned aircraft out to 400 kilometers. However, this capability is expected to be implemented around a year or two from first deployment, and will be even longer before it's deployed fleet-wide. Until then, China's missile defense destroyers like the Type 52 and 55 will have to make do with the upgraded HQ-16B with a reported maximum range of only 70 kilometers, a system that dates from 2011. The biggest weakness in the plan, of course, is its aircraft carrier fleet. They currently operate 3 carriers, the oldest being a 90s-era Ukrainian-built, Russian-designed ship named the Liaoning with its ski jump ramp, which is also a staple of its second carrier, the Type 002 Shandong. The Liaoning isn't really considered a frontline carrier and is relegated to the role of training carrier. Its third carrier, the Fujian, currently being fitted out, is equipped with advanced electromagnetic catapults, similar to those on the U.S. supercarrier USS Gerald R. Ford. Some say copied directly from it. But that means the plan will have to train its carrier pilots on 2 types of takeoffs, and they'll need 2 different types of carrier planes to operate on those carriers. Its current training model, the JL-9G, a single-engine twin-seat aircraft first deployed in 2011, can't be used to duplicate emergency landings on any of its current carriers because it's too weak to take the continual pounding of carrier landings, and it's too underpowered to immediately take off in case of a missed landing. That leaves only simulated takeoffs and landings on ground-based mock-ups. This inability to field a true carrier trainer has led to a huge deficit in trained carrier pilots. The problem with the planned trainer is just the opposite of its carrier combat aircraft, the J-15 Flying Shark, which was mocked by Russia for trying to be a back-engineered version of a Su-33 prototype, the T-10K3, which they bought from Ukraine back in 2001. At a reported 17.5 tons, its upgraded version is now thought to be the world's heaviest carrier-borne fighter. In comparison, the U.S. Navy's FA-18 weighs only 14.5 tons. The J-15 suffers from either having to carry less than optimal fuel, giving it less range, or less armament, giving it less lethality if it intends to take off from the 2 ski jump-equipped carriers. It has since been nicknamed the Flopping Fish by the normally reserved Chinese press for its underwhelming performance. China's begun deployment of the Chengdu J-20, somewhat comparable to the US's F-22 stealth fighter, and have produced around 200 of them, but this aircraft cannot be adapted to carriers and remains a standard land-based air superiority fighter. China hopes to make up the difference in carrier forces with hypersonic missiles, though their reliability and readiness is still under discussion. At present, there's speculation but no confirmation that China is building a 4th carrier, though at least one recent satellite image suggests a 4th might be under construction. But the plan doesn't have enough carrier pilots for its 2 current frontline carriers, let alone a 4th. In comparison, the U.S. currently operates 11 carrier strike groups, each of which is comprised of one of its nuclear propulsion Nimitz or Ford-class supercarriers able to field 70 to 80 aircraft, 1 or 2 Ticonderoga-class Aegis-guided missile cruisers for air defense and coordination, 2 LAMPS-capable warships focusing on anti-submarine and surface warfare, and 2 to 3 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. Each strike group is accompanied by assorted logistics and support ships and an undisclosed number of nuclear-powered attack submarines, usually 1 or 2, that coordinate with each strike group. The new Ford-class supercarriers currently in use by the U.S. Navy are undoubtedly the most powerful warships ever produced, with one in service and 4 more planned or currently under construction to be delivered between 2024 and 2034. There are literally no carrier groups of such lethality in any navy in the world, though the British and French navies do have their own carrier battle groups with somewhat comparable strengths. The U.S. also deploys several amphibious-ready groups built around the Wasp-class amphibious assault ships, in essence a small carrier, which can handle 6 fighters like the F-35 Lightning II and up to 24 helicopters like the Cobra gunship and the VF-22 Osprey transport vehicles. The amphibious-ready groups also include a landing platform dock ship, LPD, from the San Antonio class, capable of deploying up to 600 troops and 14 amphibious assault vehicles, and a landing ship dock, LSD, like the Harper's Ferry class and the Whidbey Island class landing ships, which can load and unload conventional landing craft and helicopters. These amphibious-ready groups can also launch dozens of autonomous drones like the X-47B. Normally 2 to 3 ARGs are forward deployed, 1 in the Mediterranean Sea or the Persian Gulf/Indian Ocean region, and 1 or 2 in the Western Pacific Ocean area. Currently, 1 ARG is based out of Sasebo and Okinawa, Japan. The ARGs are usually attached to a carrier strike group which provides protection for them from both land and sea-based attacks. The U.S. can also count on 26 Los Angeles-class, 3 Seawolf-class, and 21 Virginia-class nuclear-powered attack submarines, as well as dozens of ballistic missile submarines, each with ICBM-capable launch tubes. On the other hand, the plan operates 6 Shang-class nuclear submarines and 40 older diesel-electric submarines of much lower capability. Many experts point to the plan's superiority in total numbers of ships over the U.S. Navy, 340 to 300, but we must consider that the plan's numbers include 150 patrol craft, which are more equivalent to the U.S. Coast Guard's cutters, designed for coastal engagements only, and not really capable of the kind of blue water combat the main naval units would engage in. In addition, while the U.S. Navy appears perfectly capable of handling the current plan on its own, any shooting war will likely involve other countries that are either wary of or outright opposed to Chinese naval power projection, including Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand, and India. Following continued efforts by China to claim the entire South China Sea as their own personal swimming pool, each of these countries has begun to beef up their own naval might. Japan, for instance, is building 2 of the largest destroyers in the world. At 20,000 tons, they dwarf even the U.S.'s 16,000-ton Zumwalt destroyers. These will complement and support Japan's 2 new Izumo and Kaga carriers, converted from previous helicopter destroyers, and will operate the F-35B Joint Strike Fighter. Once complete, the 2 carriers will be Japan's first since the Second World War. Along with Japan's increasing naval might, Australia has entered into a long-term agreement with the U.S. and Great Britain to build a fleet of state-of-the-art nuclear-powered attack submarines. India has also increased its own naval strength, while the country is still aching from violent confrontations instigated by China along its northern Himalayan border. China's true Achilles heel. And that brings up the most crucial component of any possible shooting war involving China: the fact that the country must import 70 to 75% of all their oil and natural gas through a long naval route from the Baltic through the Atlantic and past Africa, India, and Indonesia. If the U.S. or its Pacific allies wanted to interdict the flow of petroleum to China, and such a lengthy supply chain would be impossible for China to protect, then China would be looking at a 3-month delay before its countrywide truck transport system would shut down due to a lack of fuel, and 6 months before it ran out of the necessary components for the production of fertilizers, which its farmers desperately need. Their economy would collapse within a year, and massive famine would break out even if they did manage to hold off the superior U.S. Navy. This dramatic and inevitable failure of their economy and the catastrophic famine that would follow might be the main reason why China isn't looking to launch a full-scale war anytime soon. Not only is it a heavy importer of raw petroleum, it's also the world's largest importer of food. Between 2000 and 2020, the country's food self-sufficiency ratio decreased from 93.6% to 65.8%. China's leaders know that if it cannot win a war outright in a very short period of a few months, and the vast capabilities of the U.S. Navy, let alone its numerous Pacific allies, suggest that this just isn't a reliable possibility, then they are dooming their country to losing their position as the second most powerful economy in the world, with a disastrous famine soon to follow. The lessons of the Ukraine war are also a stark reminder that a determined, well-equipped country no matter how small, can resist an invader far more easily with today's advanced technological weapons. And while Ukraine has done a phenomenal job in gaining that capability in a mere 8 years since the first Russian invasion of 2014, Taiwan has been preparing itself for a Chinese invasion for more than 70 years. They're also a much more technologically capable nation and have a large 80-mile moat of an ocean that China would have to navigate in case of an invasion. This would not be an easy cross-border incursion that Russia attempted and failed, but it would require dozens of landing craft, easy targets for missiles, and waiting artillery. The fragility of a Russia-China alliance. In addition to logistical problems of overcoming the U.S. Navy and the watery moat around Taiwan, China faces another hurdle: the weakness of any long-term alliance with Russia, an alliance that would merely be a castle built upon sand. Any full-scale war short of a nuclear engagement would find Russia's military virtually destroyed within the first few weeks of the conflict's launch, leaving China virtually alone. The Ukrainian invasion has spotlighted why Russia is nowhere near the military peer to the US, China, or even NATO that people thought it was. As previously mentioned, the Russian armed forces have lost over 10,000 military vehicles, including upwards of 1,900 main battle tanks, along with around 200,000 troops. The main reason they threaten the West so often with nuclear weapons is because they know they never stand a chance against the combined forces of NATO, which have more advanced equipment and better trained troops, and now might actually hold a numerical advantage as well. There are multiple reasons for the failure of the Russian military. First and foremost is the endemic corruption that riddles every layer of the Russian government, including the military. There are estimates that corruption has cost from 25 to 30% of Russia's total annual GDP, and the sanctions Russia has endured since the start of the war has caused a massive drain of its remaining economy. Not only is Russia's economy collapsing due to the surprisingly efficient Western sanctions, but that smaller economy's spending on its military is actually much less than the projected numbers. The sanctions have also shrunk the Russian economy to the size of Italy, and now puts it behind the individual states of California, Texas, or New York. Russia's nominal $1.4 trillion GDP is minuscule when compared to the EU's combined economic strength of about $15.28 trillion. Add the US and the EU's GDP together, you get about $35 trillion, more than 40% of the total world GDP. Russia will simply never be able to outspend the EU and its NATO counterpart, much less the US and EU combined. Second, Russia's never had a coherent NCO training program. Russia has lost at least 150 officers of colonel rank and above simply because their orders have to be passed almost directly from the leadership to the frontline troops. The members of NATO, the US, and even China understand that the sergeants and other NCOs have to have the independent authority to assess the war from the front lines and make immediate and effective changes in response. Russia has never had that level of independence, which leads their military to dogmatic, inflexible attacks that usually require masses of tanks, waves of infantry, and massive artillery bombardments, none of which are effective in a modern battlefield environment that is overwatched by drones, surveillance satellites, and reconnaissance planes. Third, Russia has never had the ability to manage their logistics at any distance from their rail network. The ignominious 40-mile-long traffic jam north of Kyiv from late February to March of 2022 was one glaring example of how their military cannot perform the simple task of keeping their tanks and transports full of fuel and moving. This lack of logistics has been further exacerbated by the introduction of HIMARS long-range rocket artillery systems, which can hit targets over 50 miles away, and newer smart ammunition including ground-launched small-diameter bombs, GLSDB, which can hit targets 93 miles away. These have been used to great success by the Ukrainian forces against Russian depots that have often been placed too close to the front, mostly due to their lack of logistical transport capabilities. The inherent weakness of an unequal partnership. There are additional signs that China is aware of Russia's much weaker role in any potential alliance and has been capitalizing on this inequality for some time now. At first, it was the Soviet Union that held a predominant role in any bilateral negotiations, allowing them to bully China into accepting unequal agreements. Things got so bad that the two countries almost launched a major war over a border dispute in 1969, one of several border disputes between the two countries since the 1920s. But Russia eventually decided it was better to arm the Chinese government in order to have an ally against the West. China, however, decided on its own that it'd be better to copy and/or steal whatever they could get, rather than pay the full price for products coming from the Soviet Union. Starting in the 1990s, China has openly copied or stolen Russian technology, leading at times to Russia having to swallow their pride as China sold knockoffs of their own frontline equipment. For example, in 1996, China debuted the J-11 aircraft, the first fighter made after the fall of the Soviet Union to feature significant Russian input. At first, it was an officially licensed Chinese-made copy of the Russian Su-27 multi-role fighter, whose sales were welcomed by the cash-poor post-Soviet state. Before long, however, China canceled their agreement and began producing the aircraft independently, eventually building over 400 unauthorized J-11s, equaling an economic loss to the USSR of more than $10 billion. Russia continues to sell its best or almost best military gear to China, even though they know the technology is likely to be copied, reducing what little technological superiority Russia still maintains over China. The policy dilemma has been compounded by the post-Ukraine effect on Russia's struggling manufacturing sector, which has left the shrinking Russian economy increasingly reliant on China's much larger economic base, further eroding any remaining compatibility in their relationship. More recently, President Xi has tried to bring China to the forefront in worldwide diplomacy. So when the UN held a vote to condemn the Russian invasion, China surprisingly abstained from the 141-5 vote to condemn the invasion, and in fact was a key leader of 34 other countries who also abstained. This was the first time that China had a chance to publicly support their, quote, partner, and they openly refused. This hands-off approach demonstrates China's desire to maintain its currently neutral stance regarding the Ukraine war, in hopes of trying to establish Beijing's bid for global leadership. But they can't do that if they supply lethal aid to Russia, so they refuse to supply such support, despite Putin's pleas to the contrary. When President Putin and Xi met in Russia of March 2023, Putin had hoped that Xi would offer a deal to create a direct pipeline between the two countries, making China more reliant on Russian crude oil and natural gas and giving Russia a direct buyer for their primary export. But no such agreement was reached. Xi did say publicly that China and Russia would continue to resolutely uphold the fundamental norms of international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. But that statement blatantly ignores the illegality of Russia's invasion in the first place, which directly violates the Charter's core precepts. Putin's hopes for any concrete agreements for aid or mutual development never materialized. The summit was summed up by historian Sergei Radchenko with an old Chinese proverb, "Loud thunder but few raindrops." He then modified that statement as, "Scratch that, even the thunder wasn't all that loud." In fact, the Putin-Xi meetings actually caused further support for Ukraine, as Japanese Prime Minister Kishida used the opportunity to make a surprise trip to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. Despite Xi's efforts to lead China into a role of peacekeeper and world negotiator, he still has to deal with the hawks in his own government. On the heels of the Moscow summit, the Guangming Daily wrote an extensive article, more of a semi-official position piece declaring the four no's that China says they will not put up with. Number 1, the US should not make irresponsible remarks on normal exchanges between sovereign states. Number 2, the US should not compare China-Russia relations with a small circle of US allies. Number 3, the US should not undermine China's efforts to promote peace talks on the Ukraine issue. Number 4, the US should stop using the Ukraine crisis as an excuse to attack and sanction China. Some of this rhetoric is no doubt simply strong words, but they may also signal an effort to lay the groundwork for China to ramp up its military support for Russia's war, though so far there's no evidence of that. It gets worse for Russia. In addition to everything else that bodes ill for Russia, President Xi might not be willing to go all in on supporting a leader of Russia whose future appears very uncertain. Putin's been rumored to be in ill health for years. He was filmed walking with a limp when he visited Crimea in March of 2023. And in April, there were widespread reports that he had suffered from intense head pain, a numb tongue, and blurred vision. There have been numerous indications he might be suffering from Parkinson's disease, which manifests as an uncontrollable shaking in the extremities, primarily the hands and feet. And there are additional signs he might be undergoing chemotherapy, which can result in excessive weight gain. There's also signs that Putin has killed off anyone near him that might pose a threat to his continued dominance of the Russian government. Since just before the invasion of Ukraine, over 40 of Russia's top managers, businessmen, and high-level officials have died under unclear but very suspicious circumstances. Those deaths include being found in apparent murder-suicides, like Vladislav Aveyev, vice president of Gazprom Bank, and his pregnant wife and 13-year-old daughter, who were found dead in a Moscow apartment, while a former top manager of Novatek, Sergei Protosenya, was found hanged at his villa in Spain, with his wife and 18-year-old daughter also found murdered in the house. And Pavel Pshelnikov, director of communications at Digital Logistics LLC, a subsidiary of Russian Railways, supposedly shot himself at his home in Moscow. The deaths have become so numerous that one media source has given the wave a nickname, sudden Russian death syndrome. But by and far, the most conspicuous means of death has been the archaic mid-18th century habit of defenestration, that is, falling out of a high window. Ravil Maganov, vice president of Lukoil, fell out of one at the Central Clinical Hospital of the Presidential Administration in Moscow. And in February 2023, Marina Yankina, head of the financial department of the Defense Ministry, was found dead after supposedly falling from a 16th floor of her apartment. Even when a suspect is in government custody, their lives aren't safe. Most recently, Igor Shikurko, Deputy General Director of firm Yakutskenerga, was discovered dead of unknown causes in his cell in a detention center in Yakutsk, Siberia on April 5, 2023. The extremely high number of potentially murdered rivals paints Russia in a bad light, an unstable dictatorship afraid of its own best and brightest while making enemies of its own nascent leadership. Couple that with Putin's rumored ill health, and it's just one more reason why President Xi may want to wait a year or two before cementing any permanent relationships with whoever's in charge in Russia post-Ukraine. What will Russia and Ukraine do? China and Russia are in an unenviable position. Both countries are seeing an inevitable shrinking of their populations, with China admitting an overcounting of its population during the last census by as much as 100 million. The Pew Research Center forecasts a decline from 1.4 billion people this year to 1.3 billion by 2050 and a staggering reduction to below 800 million by 2100. That's according to the UN's medium variant, or middle-of-the-road projection. Russia's upside-down population pyramid is no better. They're already experiencing a massive brain drain as a repercussion from its Ukraine fiasco, which was followed by as many as 400,000 young men who left to avoid the first conscription call-up in September 2022. Combine that with an aging population, a lower birth rate, and a decrease in life expectancy of 15 years since early 2022, and Russia's population is in free fall. Both these troubled countries might believe then that their only window to have enough young males to support a war is rapidly shrinking. That leaves Putin and Xi with a difficult, if not impossible decision. Launch a war now that they're not ready for and probably can't win, or wait a few years when their populations and economies are even less capable of enduring such hardships. It's an unenviable decision for any leader to make. With Russia hogging all the negative press lately, you might have missed Chinese President Xi Jinping's adamant proclamation that Taiwan will be reunited with the mainland. And he is not ruling out military force to accomplish this goal. But with the vast majority of Taiwanese citizens wanting nothing to do with mainland communist China and American President Joe Biden promising that the U.S. would come to Taiwan's aid, World War III is looking more likely, and it won't be starting in Europe. How is China going to defeat the U.S. and its allies? And more importantly, why does Taiwan matter so much that the U.S. is willing to fight to keep it free and independent? China wants Taiwan, and the U.S. wants Taiwan to remain free. Both sides have their various reasons, but there are some significant overlaps. For China, Taiwan is both a matter of national prestige and a national defense priority. The island is home to the Chinese nationalists who fled after losing the war against the communists after World War II. And given the difficulty of an invasion plus the support of the United States, reunifying this breakaway province by force has not been an option for China. It's only recently, with China's vast modernization of its military and steadily expanding amphibious assault capabilities, that the dream of taking over Taiwan is approaching fruition. But as long as Taiwan remains fiercely independent and refuses to bow to Beijing, China cannot be taken seriously as a global military power. After all, why should anyone fear your military when it can't even pacify an island sitting right off your own shores? For the Chinese Communist Party, Taiwan represents an existential threat, though. The nation began as a dictatorship but gradually became a liberal and open democracy. Today, it's amongst the most successful democracies in the world, and that's a big problem for the CCP. As long as Taiwan remains independent, it remains a symbol for the Chinese people of what life could be like for them if they were no longer under the thumb of the CCP. After the extreme measures enacted by President Xi during and after COVID, disillusionment with China's government and the very society it's built around has skyrocketed amongst the youth. To many of them, the democracy lurking right off their own shore is a more appealing choice, and as long as Taiwan remains independent, it'll continue singing its siren song of democracy to the Chinese people. However, there are two very real and very significant strategic reasons for China to want to take Taiwan back and for the U.S. to want it to remain independent. First is a Western strategy known as the First Island Chain. This is a chain of pro-Western friendly nations that ring the shores of China and Russia both. During the Cold War, it acted as a physical barrier to communist navies in case of war, who would be hemmed in and unable to operate in open waters without being destroyed attempting to break to the open sea. The First Island Chain also allows friendly navies to operate very close to enemy shores by having resupply and repair facilities readily available and not relying on far-flung bases, which would limit loiter time for friendly ships and aircraft. Today, the First Island Chain strategy no longer hems in the Soviet Union and its allies and instead acts as a barrier to Chinese expansionism. China has attempted to break the first island chain by illegally building artificial islands in the South China Sea, and while the threat they pose is significant, it still doesn't allow the Chinese Navy to break the defenses of the first island chain completely, and it doesn't allow them to push hostile navies far enough away that Chinese shipping can continue to keep the nation supplied with the vital petroleum and natural gas it needs. Another strategic reason to want reunification with Taiwan could potentially impact the entire world, though. Today, Taiwan is the world's largest manufacturer of computer chips and semiconductors, wielding such significant clout that its embargo of Russia has all but crippled the nation's ability to build modern weapons. Taiwan's contribution to the global technology market is so significant that as the Chinese threat over the island grows, the United States has passed emergency funding for computer chip manufacturing plants to be built inside of America once more. If China were to seize Taiwan, it would in effect be in control of nearly all the world's supply of advanced electronic components and be able to threaten embargoes to nations that don't toe the CCP's line. A nation would have a simple choice: have its economy crippled or do as President Xi says. So how can China achieve its goals, even if it means launching World War III and come out on top? China has already prepared extensively for conflict against the superior U.S. Navy, and has done a really good job of it too. The surface combat ships are still no match for American vessels, with China having approximately 2/3 of the total battle force missiles that the U.S. Navy has. Its air force is similarly outclassed by the U.S. Air Force, which not only outnumbers China's, but has far better capabilities in all but one department: long-range air-to-air missiles, where the Chinese PL-15 enjoys a significant advantage over the American AIM-120 in terms of range. However, the U.S. is fast-tracking an upgrade called the AIM-260 Joint Advanced Tactical Missile to not just close the gap, but exceed it once more. U.S. air and naval power won't matter though if it can't bring all that might close to Chinese shores, which is why China has invested heavily into developing a strategy known as Anti-Access Area Denial, or A2AD. The goal is simple: keep American ships and special mission aircraft such as AWACS and tankers away from Chinese shores so the People's Liberation Navy can operate with impunity. At the core of the strategy is the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, or PLARF. PLARF might sound like something you do after a bad burrito, but it's the gravest threat the U.S. Navy has faced since the end of the Cold War, and it might be good enough to keep the U.S. ships out of the Western Pacific for good. A ballistic missile force, this branch of the Chinese military is dedicated to China's vast stockpile of both nuclear and non-nuclear ballistic missiles. China was never subject to the Intermediate Range Force Treaty, or INF, and thus, unlike the Soviet Union and the U.S., China developed an extensive stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles. Today, China fields about 1,400 ballistic missiles alongside hundreds of cruise missiles. Most of these are older, shorter-range missiles which we could expect to see deployed against Taiwanese infrastructure, but hundreds have ranges capable of hitting U.S. bases in Japan and South Korea. A small but unknown number can even hit the all-important U.S. base in Guam. The PLARF would be critical in the opening days of World War III. Both the US and China hold serious counterforce power, and the advantage would go to whoever fires first. A war between the two powers would almost certainly be a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack, an unexpected first strike using hundreds of ballistic missiles. The targets would be US bases in the region, with a priority target being Guam. However, this comes with certain risk, as striking US bases in Japan and South Korea would threaten dragging those two nations into the conflict. South Korea may be disinclined to join the conflict out of fear of North Korea taking advantage of the situation. In fact, for China to win, it would be in its best interest to proceed a war in the Pacific with ramped-up antics from North Korea, enough to rattle South Korea without actually crossing the line over into war. Fears of North Korean aggression would be likely enough to prevent South Korea from doing anything other than voicing public support for its American allies. Japan would be a different story. The two nations are famous rivals, and there's still a lot of bad blood between China and Japan. What's more, Japan agrees with the US that China presents a threat to democracies around the world. Losing a fellow democracy like Taiwan to China could represent a larger global shift toward authoritarianism. China, being the dominant regional power, is also greatly disadvantageous to Japan, whose all-important trade routes pass by close enough to China to be intercepted by its navy should Taiwan fall and the first island chain be broken. Thus, it's almost a foregone conclusion that Japan would join the war anyway, no matter what China ends up doing. The rewriting of its constitution allows the expeditionary deployment of its military, bucking the self-defense pacifist ideology of the past, and it's proof that Japan is actively preparing to send ships, troops, and planes to aid the US and Taiwan. This is a serious problem for China because Japan provides a convenient staging ground for both the US naval and air forces. A significant number of ballistic missiles would have to be dedicated to striking Japanese air bases and harbors in order to deny both to the US military. Chinese military doctrine states that the PLARF is to be used in a swift, precise, and overwhelming strike against an enemy force. This means eliminating the greatest threat to Chinese ambitions in the region, the United States Navy. It's not enough to shut down U.S. bases and airfields. America has a huge expeditionary capability and lots of friends from where they could stage ships and planes. Winning the war in the Pacific means beating the U.S. Navy black and blue. China is counting on the U.S.'s public aversion to military casualties to win the war the moment it starts. To achieve it, it needs to score huge losses to the U.S. at the onset of the war in terms of both men and material. That's why U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups are China's #1 priority. Not only do American supercarriers threaten all Chinese naval shipping, but the loss of even a single carrier would result in the death of thousands of American sailors. This is something China hopes it can use to shock and awe the American public into not supporting a protracted war. Because China cannot win a long-term conflict against the U.S., it simply lacks the material and ability to protect its trade overseas, while it can do nothing to threaten American global trade. With U.S. carriers kept at bay with ballistic missiles and friendly airfields destroyed, China would have a week or two to achieve its objective of capturing Taiwan. However, China faces 3 critical problems with its war plans. The first is that any invasion of Taiwan would take weeks to coordinate. Ships would have to be restationed to nearby harbors. Hundreds of thousands of troops would have to be moved from various military districts to the eastern one in preparation of boarding. Supplies like food, water, and medicine would have to be gathered in the millions of tons and prepared for shipping across the strait. Hundreds of aircraft would have to be moved to nearby airfields. Basically, an invasion of Taiwan would be anything but a bolt out of the blue. It would be a very publicly broadcast event that would have months of warning. The United States would use this time to gather global support for either painful political and economic measures against China or to build a national military coalition like it did in Desert Storm. In an unprecedented move, European NATO partners have been sending ships to the South Pacific in the last 6 months. These routine patrols are meant to signal one thing to China: Europe stands with the US and against an invasion of Taiwan. Invading Taiwan would mean taking on an international coalition. And there's no ready answer to this daunting problem for China, who enjoys few meaningful alliances, and 0 who would support it in war against what would in effect be a global force. The second problem China faces is that though its ballistic missile force is a deadly threat to U.S. forces, it might not be able to effectively deter U.S. naval operations the way China hopes it will. Hitting a stationary airbase with a ballistic missile from thousands of miles away is relatively easy. China has reduced the circular probability of error from 100 to just 5 or 10 meters for its modern missiles. However, hitting a fast-moving warship in the middle of the ocean is a different challenge altogether. Ballistic missiles and other standoff weapons need good tracking data to hit a moving target. This means that a ship must be first discovered, properly identified, and then finally fixed. China has greatly improved both its ground-based and satellite-based long-range radar capabilities, but this type of radar can only tell you a ship is out there with an approximate distance. Accuracy of satellites, however, is greater, though they provide only a temporary track as they orbit the Earth. In order to properly identify and then provide a good track, you need a much better sensor technology, and it's unknown if China can foot the bill there. A vast investment in drones and AWACS aircraft means that China potentially has the tools to get the job done, but these airborne assets have to face the threat of the most capable air force in the world. China does enjoy an advantage here because the US would have to operate aircraft at extremely long ranges, but a decided uptick in both the purchase of air and sea drones by the US military, as well as a new tanker drone, means that the reach of America's weapons is being steadily and greatly increased. Even if China can overcome the difficulties in hitting moving targets, there's still one Achilles heel it has no solution for, neither today nor in the projected future. China depends on overseas trade for the majority of its oil and natural gas imports. It does have 2 land-based connections to Russia, but one of these, the pipeline from Sakhalin, would make an easy target for a cruise missile strike via submarine. That would leave only one inflow of oil and natural gas in the far west out of U.S. reach. This would basically be a trickle compared to China's current fossil fuel supply, and within weeks the nation would run out of oil altogether. Its military could fight on for a few months at most due to the strategic reserves, but its economy would come crashing to a halt as the civilian sector becomes energy-starved. To add insult to injury, over 60% of Chinese trade comes via the ocean. Except it wouldn't in case of war, thanks to the U.S. Navy. Even if its ballistic missile forces are effective at keeping the U.S. Navy at bay, ballistic missiles can't stop the huge U.S. attack submarine fleet. Surface task forces could also easily choke off China at multiple traffic choke points for maritime trade, including the Malacca Straits, the Gulf of Oman, and the Panama Canal. China is attempting to secure ports and airfields outside of the country so it can base forces near these strategically important waterways, but so far has only succeeded in gaining the use of a small base at Djibouti, only miles from a much bigger American base. With the bulk of the world on the US's ideological side and the vast network of friends and partners the US can use to leverage pressure on anyone contemplating allowing China to build military bases on their territory, it's not predicted that China's forward-deployed military forces will grow in any significant amount. The Chinese Navy may be the largest in the world today, but most of these ships are smaller vessels meant to act as missile boats or harass the fishing vessels and oil-exploring ships of neighboring nations, not attempting to dislodge a U.S. carrier strike group from a vital trade artery. For all its planning, there's nothing China can do about this situation in the current or even long term, though it is steadily working at building a blue water navy capable of operations far from home shores. It still has a significant way to go to get there, however, and even the U.S. remains firmly in the lead. All eyes are on the Russian bear as it marches across Eastern Europe. But is the bigger threat to the world hiding in the East? Is China actually plotting to take over the world? As a president famously said, that depends on your definition of is. There's no question that China is a massive world power. In fact, depending on your standards, it might be only the second superpower in the world after the United States. It's the most populous country in the world, with over 4 times the population of the US. It has the second largest economy of the world, the third largest country in size behind Russia and Canada, and is one of only a small number of nuclear powers in the world. It's certainly the biggest power in Asia, and it might have much bigger ambitions than that. But what are China's actual plans for the world? To find that out, you can look close to home. The province of Hong Kong, which was a British territory for decades, was handed back to China in 1997 after negotiations which created a plan of one country, two systems. Hong Kong would be allowed to maintain its autonomy and run itself as a democracy, while China would administer certain larger affairs, and it would officially be part of the larger country. That was the system for a while, until China decided it wasn't anymore, and the People's Republic of China has been tightening the screws ever since. And China has been through plenty of changes itself. Since China became a communist country in 1949 under Mao Zedong, it's been a dictatorship. But Mao's strict adherence to the communist dogma, which led to brutal famines and repression, have long since been replaced with a very different system under Deng Xiaoping and the current leader Xi Jinping. The country kept its autocratic system of government while replacing its economic policies with a sort of hybrid government-controlled capitalism. Under this system, China's economy has exploded and has become one of the world's largest producers of electronics, appliances, and mined rare earth minerals essential for manufacturing. But in other ways, China's modernization did not bring good things. While China is only loosely a communist country now, their security state is still very similar to what it was under Mao, only with a high-tech twist. In the modern age, governments use the internet heavily to gain intelligence on potential threats. That's true in China and in most other countries, with powerful tech companies turning over information to the government as needed. In China, websites like TikTok contain extensive tracking software that the Chinese government uses for unknown purposes. And internally, China has become notorious for its social credit system. This ranks citizens based on their perceived loyalty to the government and their conduct in other ways, with various privileges being granted only to those with higher social credit scores. And if you're under China's thumb, there is little you can do to escape. Hong Kong was given guarantees of a certain level of autonomy for a specific term, but in recent years those guarantees have been largely overrun. While they still have separate elections, Chinese authorities increasingly interfere in them and disqualify or arrest candidates who oppose the People's Republic's policies. This often leads to largely unopposed elections, and the recent COVID shutdowns led to China getting even more directly involved in shutting down protests and public gatherings. So, if you're inside China, you're probably kept under a pretty tight grip. But what if you're outside it? That depends on where you are, because China has been involved in a territorial conflict near its borders for almost 70 years now. When the People's Republic of China took control, it was in the middle of a brutal civil war. The communists ultimately won, but the forces of the Republic of China managed to consolidate their forces on the island of Taiwan and hold it, essentially creating a new country there. The only problem is, China still refuses to recognize Taiwan as an independent country. In fact, while they claim they're the legitimate government of Taiwan, the Taiwanese government, now a democracy, still claims it's the rightful government of mainland China. But the People's Republic has much more power, and they've managed to use diplomatic pressure to prevent international recognition of Taiwan as a United Nations member state. And they're not afraid to punch back against big targets. China takes it as a personal offense when anyone recognizes Taiwan as being independent. even if that person isn't actually the head of a country. That's why most US politicians have avoided paying visits to Taiwan in the last few decades, to avoid causing any diplomatic crises for the president. But in 2022, Speaker Nancy Pelosi and some other members of Congress decided to make a visit to the island nation, and China responded hard. They stepped up military drills around the island, terrorizing the citizens, and one Chinese propagandist even said the country should shoot down Pelosi's plane. While clearly that would have started a hot war between China and the US, and cooler heads prevailed, it was clear China was willing to escalate in a hurry. But is China all talk and no action? That depends on where you look. While they get a lot of attention for their over-the-top online personality, with colorful propagandists spreading conspiracy theories and trying to meme, they actually do maintain a very strong deterrent against international criticism. And it's one Russia is fond of as well. China's justice system is notoriously harsh, with long sentences and the death penalty on the table for many crimes, far more than murder or treason. And while most of the people in Chinese prisons are Chinese, they have commonly arrested people from other countries for the purpose of prisoner exchanges. When the CEO of Chinese company Huawei was arrested in Canada, it wasn't long before a Canadian citizen was arrested in China on drug charges. But China's reach is growing fast. No one knows exactly what China's long-term plans are. The People's Republic has made many claims about invading Taiwan, and they're no doubt looking closely at Russia and Ukraine to see how that would go. But it's not going well for Russia. Most of the world has committed to supporting Ukraine with military and financial backing, and Russia has found itself increasingly isolated and sanctioned. While Taiwan isn't universally acknowledged as an independent country the same way Ukraine was, the United States has promised to defend it. So any sort of hot war on the island would likely escalate quickly with potential nuclear consequences. So China might be taking a slower, more global approach. China's internet efforts go far beyond an army of internet trolls, and they might just be becoming the world's most premier cyber hacking organization. While they're certainly not sharing the details of their operations, it's believed that they have 3 divisions of cyber warriors: specialized military forces that train in cyber attacks and work on behalf of the government, state workers who aren't in the military but are tasked with cyber warfare and spying, and a group of non-government workers who are likely hired by the government and have more deniability when they need to break into rival governments' networks. And they've caused a lot of damage. Who has China hacked? Who haven't they hacked? Countless countries have claimed that Chinese hackers have taken classified data. Australia claimed that a 2013 attack accessed the blueprints of their intelligence headquarters, while Canada reported in 2011 an attack compromised multiple federal departments. Japan has reported at least 200 cyber attacks on Japanese companies and scientific institutes, while China's frequent rival India reported multiple denial-of-service attacks that may have come from agents of the Chinese government. Ukraine reported attacks during the opening days of the war, maybe China acting on behalf of Russia, and even the Vatican reported hacking attacks. The US has been the top target of Chinese cyber attacks for a long time, with reports of attacks on military, government, commercial, and industrial organizations. Even the largest companies in the world aren't safe. Google was hacked in 2010 and reported that the privacy of its users was compromised. They also went after massive companies like military contractor Northrop Grumman and manufacturing giant Dow Chemical. An attack on Yahoo might have had less implications for national security, but they probably got a good look at your mom's emails, including that extended exchange with a Nigerian prince. So what does China actually want with all this data? Well, if you ask them, they'd say, "We don't know what you're talking about. No cyber hacking here," as they proceed to hack another company. And because China refuses to fess up to its cyber hacking efforts, it's hard to say what they're actually after. While they hack private companies, it might be Chinese-style capitalism at work, stealing trade secrets so they can give them to their own companies, allowing them to produce lower-cost remakes of major US products, giving them a leg up in the market. They may also be looking for key access to diplomatic cables in their hacking of government institutions, but cybersecurity experts worry about a much bigger threat. If China knows how to get into the mainframes of major companies and government institutions, then they might be looking for a way to turn them off. And if they were ever to initiate war over Taiwan or another country, being able to kneecap the US's military and civilian infrastructure at exactly the right moment could give them the edge they need to finish the job. But is China actually planning a big move? If they are, they've been putting their pieces on the board for a long time. China has a long reach in Asia that goes far beyond Taiwan and Hong Kong. They unilaterally claim sovereignty over the entire South China Sea, which puts them into conflict with Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and other countries. China's claim means that they have the authority to stop intelligence gathering activities by foreign militaries in the sea, which has led to multiple near misses between Chinese aircraft and those of other countries. The Hague ruled in favor of the Philippines during a recent dispute, and China's response was to reiterate its claims and continue its campaign of harassment. So why does China want this territory so much? Some people think it's just maximalism. After all, if you claim the sea surrounding a bunch of countries, it's really not a big reach to then claim those countries. But the ocean itself is incredibly valuable, with an estimated 11 billion barrels of untapped oil and almost 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas hiding far below the waves. If China manages to get the world to accept their authority over these islands, they would have a huge leg up in energy production, something they very much need with their massive population and energy needs. This area also has multiple highly sought-after fishing areas, which would give China the food it needs without having to rely on imports. And more importantly, they would control access to the food of many poorer countries who would have no choice but to align with them. And when you can't find a beachhead, why not make one? China has been known to take over small islands in the South China Sea, but they've started taking another approach, building artificial islands in the South China Sea that let them create unchallenged military staging grounds. These islands are typically built on rocks or reefs that are close to the surface of the water. After dredging the area to create a more solid floor, they're covered with harder material and turned into small military bases. This turns the disputed sea area into what's de facto Chinese territory and serves as an act of intimidation against any other country that tries to set foot in the area. But is China a threat to the region? So far, China seems to be trying to win through soft power rather than open military action. They're hands down the biggest military power in the region, which means that any other country is likely to back down when directly challenged. While North Korea and India are also nuclear powers, North Korea is typically aligned with China, and India is preoccupied by its conflict with Pakistan. China's tensest relations in the region are with Vietnam, which it fought wars with previously. Now the two communist countries have hit rough waters, with China increasingly encroaching on Vietnam's coastline in the South China Sea while harassing Vietnamese ships. In 2014, China began building an oil rig deep within Vietnam's ocean territory. China seems to be making itself a regional power through sheer force of will, but elsewhere it's taking a very different approach. There's no continent more open to realignment than Africa, historically the subject of colonialism, occupation, and a brutal slave trade. Many of its nations only gained independence in the 20th century, often at the conclusion of bloody wars. Now, while many of the countries do have good diplomatic relations with Europe and North America, there are naturally old wounds to heal. And that's why China sees the continent as a massive opportunity for expansion. But this time, they're not looking to intimidate their way into a seat at the table. They're looking to buy their way in. Chinese investments in Africa have gained a lot of attention in recent years as the country moves many of its manufacturing efforts there. Africa is far away from China's expansionist actions in the South China Sea, and as such, many African countries are neutral to China. So when a Chinese firm shows up looking to build a factory there, they're likely to be approved. And China knows how to sweeten the deal. They'll frequently build new housing or other infrastructure as part of their investment, creating potential loyalists down the line should the world divide between China and the US. And for China, investing in Africa just makes sense. Many people see Africa as the future of the world. Not only is the population of the region expected to double in the next 30 years, the highest growth of any continent, but 7 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies are located there. That makes Africa the world's best place for future investments. And China has made it clear that they're not just restoring the old dynamic of Africa being used as a looting ground for world powers. They frequently staff their companies with African workers, providing jobs to the local economy, although they tend to be low-skill and low-paid jobs, while Chinese figures hold the higher positions. But is this good or bad for Africa? Some worry that China is setting Africa up for what's called a debt trap, where they invest heavily in a country in exchange for promises of repayment of the investment, only for the profits to never come and the country to be stuck in a state of limbo. That hasn't happened so far, as it doesn't seem like China simply wants to extract resources or money from Africa. They view it as a diplomatic investment as well. China wants to control the tech infrastructure in these countries, bringing industry to many of them for the first time. If China was to go to war with the United States and NATO, those countries would find themselves potentially cut off from a massive infrastructure network, as China had commandeered it. One of the biggest concerns about this effort is that the heavy industrialization in African countries is hurting their environment, but the governments in most countries seem excited for the investment. But is there a longer plan at work here? China seems to have a hand in just about every region, similar to the other superpowers of the past and present. For Europe and North America, they mostly have cautious diplomacy and an aggressive cyber hacking strategy to gain intelligence. For the neighbors in Asia, they approach with belligerence and flex their muscles to claim territory. But for nations in the so-called Third World, there's often an outstretched hand instead, offering heavy investments and possibly an alliance against the older powerhouses of the world. And some think this might be all coming together for China to make a big move. Many people have said the 21st century could be a Chinese century, with the country's economy growing by leaps and bounds. But they've been hit hard by their efforts to contain the COVID-19 pandemic, leading to economic slowdowns. Additionally, they've lost many diplomatic allies in the West due to their aggressive military tactics and their domestic policies, particularly their internment of the massive Uyghur Muslim population and their treatment of other minority groups like Buddhists and the Falun Gong movement. That's kept their growth in check, with many Western countries becoming more hesitant to invest heavily there. Which then leads people to worry, are they biding their time for a military move? China is incredibly powerful militarily, maybe the second strongest military in the world. While Russia has the most nuclear weapons of any country, its weapons are old and unreliable to the point where no one knows how many would even fire. China's estimated to have only 350 nuclear weapons, a far smaller arsenal than the US, but every single one of them is in working order, and many are attached to powerful missiles that could hit just about anywhere in the world. They're also one of only a few countries to have aircraft carriers, and their naval and aerial fleets are believed to be competitive with the US's fleet. But their biggest weapon might be how prepared they are. So if China was planning to actually take over the world, how would they go about it? The first step would likely to be to plan with some other countries. China has become one of Russia's few remaining allies since the war with Ukraine, helping them get around sanctions and providing vital economic help. So if China wanted to make its own move on Taiwan, or a much bigger plan, it would likely pull in Russia for help. A coordinated attack on several targets might be much harder to coordinate, and they might have a third partner as well, North Korea, run by the infamous Kim Jong-un. Like China and Taiwan, North Korea has never accepted the independence of South Korea, even after 70 years. A three-pronged attack like this might take the world by surprise. But would they actually win? In terms of a full military invasion, we've seen how Russia has performed, and North Korea has never been tested against a military outside its peninsula. But China's naval fleet is fearsome, and many believe it could fight the US fleet to a standstill in the Pacific. And when you have two nuclear powers standing off shooting at each other, there's always the risk of escalation. China could not win a nuclear war with the US, but a major nuclear exchange would likely mean neither country is left standing. So China is hoping to avoid nuclear war, and it might have a plan to do so. Could China win a war without firing a shot? This might be where China's cyber hacking infrastructure comes into play. Unlike other military attacks, hackers don't announce themselves. They sneak in under the cover of darkness. Imagine if one morning America woke up and nothing was working. The internet was down, smart devices were malfunctioning, and even the government's connections weren't working. They spend hours getting things up and running, and tune into the news to find out that Chinese warships are shelling Taiwan. Their military has established beachheads in Vietnam and the Philippines, and North Korea has crossed the DMZ. While the fighting is far from over, China has declared their invasion successful and says that any interference from the US would be an invasion of their territory. Surely the United States would arm up, right? Not so fast. Maybe China calls in its chips with Africa and cuts the US off from several key suppliers. Supply chain issues are a bane of Russia in the Ukraine war, and the United States might now face the same problem. China would have cut off its supplies, as will any country aligned with it. More critical, and occupied Taiwan would no longer provide America with the key semiconductors it needs to operate much of its technology, and the United States would have to think twice before expanding key military technology. While South Korea's fearsome military would likely be able to hold off North Korea for a long time, and China would likely rein in the North to keep them from using nuclear weapons, it's unlikely that Taiwan or Southeast Asian nations could hold out too long without support. But is this where China would want to stop? Taking over much of Asia has been China's goal for a long time, and if this plan would work, it would have pulled it off without getting bogged down in a global conflict. This would firmly entrench it as a superpower and make the United States look toothless. More countries would be looking to align with China, and that includes India. China's goal would likely to be to turn India into a regional client state rather than actively trying to conquer it. And with Pakistan on one side and China on the other, they could put a lot of pressure on the subcontinent. Smaller nations in the region would likely choose to align with China for protection, and China's next big step would be to expand further out into the Pacific. Many small island nations there could be pressured into signing deals, giving the Chinese free rein in exchange for protection, and that might bring China into direct conflict with the United States. While most Pacific islands are independent nations by now, the United States has several territories, including Guam and American Samoa. While they're unlikely to try to annex any of them outright, at least at this stage, they would likely start treating them in a similar way to the way they did Vietnam initially. They would just step on their sovereignty as much as they want and dare them to respond. Would the United States tolerate this? That depends on the political climate at the time. How much hunger does the US have for a conflict with a rival superpower? Does the public agree with defending these islands, or do they leave them to their fate? If they're left to their fate, that's another blow against the United States' standing in the world. And the next on the chopping block is Hawaii, an actual state but located thousands of miles away from the mainland. With a strong independence movement, could China make inroads there? So China's plan may not be to conquer the world in a shock and awe military campaign against the most powerful armies in the world. It might simply be planning to expand its power and influence piece by piece until it stands alone as the most powerful superpower in the world. Coconut trees, mangoes, and precision bombers. These are just a few things the Philippines brings to the table if China invades Taiwan. The Filipino and United States governments have come to an agreement that will allow the U.S. to expand its military presence to the northern islands of the Philippines. This deals a huge blow to any plans Beijing might have for invading Taiwan. But the Philippines isn't just a vital strategic location to launch a military mission against China from, it also offers several other advantages. There are over 7,000 islands in the Philippines, and China should be nervous about each and every one. The United States has 5 treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific: Australia, South Korea, Japan, Thailand, and the Philippines. However, if a conflict between China and Taiwan arose, the Philippines would be a stone's throw away from the front lines, as its northernmost island is only 118 miles or 190 kilometers away from Taiwan. And if Beijing decided to go full-blown Russia and invade a sovereign nation, the Philippines will almost certainly play a major role in the conflict in several ways. The Philippines would react almost immediately to an invasion of Taiwan, not because they necessarily want to protect the island, but because there are an estimated 200,000 Filipino nationals living and working there. The contingency plans are already being formed on how to bring every Filipino home if China invades Taiwan. But Philippine involvement in a conflict in the South China Sea doesn't stop there. In recent months, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. and his administration have been strengthening ties with the U.S. in case China tries to move on Taiwan. In fact, during a visit to Manila on February 2, 2023, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin declared that American commitment to the defense of the Philippines is ironclad. Our alliance makes both of our democracies more secure and helps uphold a free and open Indo-Pacific. This announcement was a major cause for concern in Beijing, and it came as little surprise when Mao Ning, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry, responded to Austin's statement and the expansion of U.S. bases in the Philippines. Mao stated this is an act that escalates tensions in the region and endangers regional peace and stability. Regional countries should remain vigilant about this and avoid being used by the U.S. This rhetoric of destabilization whenever China feels threatened or needs to voice its displeasure over the actions of the U.S. is common. However, rather than blatantly stating that this new agreement between the Philippines and the U.S. is a way to keep Beijing in check and act as a deterrent to their aggression towards Taiwan, both countries state that military bases in the Philippines are just a continuation of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement signed in 2014. This agreement was put in place to allow for combined training exercises and joint operations that were put on hold during President Rodrigo Duterte's administration, when there were discussions of reducing the Philippines' reliance on the United States and forging closer ties with China. It's clear today that Bongbong Marcos wants to return to the days where the Philippines had a stronger alliance with the U.S. We'll dive deeper into the complex relationship between the U.S. and the Philippines later on. However, it's important to remember that the U.S. colonized the Philippines in 1898, and by its very nature, colonization led to the exploitation of the Filipino people and unethical power structures being put in place. But unfortunately, the Philippines has a long history of being colonized by different outside forces, which is one of the reasons why they've kept such a close eye on the situation developing with Taiwan. If China were to attack and seize the island nation, the Philippines could be next, or at the very least, be forced to become submissive to the growing influence of the Chinese government. But this also goes the other way. Beijing has been keeping a close eye on the Philippines, as its islands and close ties to the U.S. may pose a serious risk to their future plans. Let's break down the 4 reasons why the Philippines is complicating China's plans to invade Taiwan and examine how this might prevent World War III from breaking out. Reason 1. Military intervention. If China ever does invade Taiwan, it'll be a difficult battle to win. This is because the island nation has been building up its military and preparing for the possibility of invasion for decades. However, if China launched the full might of its military against Taiwan and no other countries intervened, they would likely be able to capture the island given enough time. That being said, the invasion would be incredibly costly in terms of lives lost and resources expended, but the sheer size of the People's Liberation Army would allow China to eventually break Taiwan's defenses and secure the island. However, an invasion of Taiwan will not happen in a vacuum, and this is where the Philippines is becoming a major problem for China. The Philippine military itself is not the most formidable force in the world. It only has around 100,000 active members, which is significantly less than the approximately 2 million active personnel that the PLA has. The Philippines Air Force consists mostly of cargo planes, with only around 25 attack-type aircraft at its disposal, which would have no effect against the almost 1,200 fighters China has. The Philippine Navy is mostly composed of patrol ships, 2 frigates, and a corvette. China, on the other hand, has the largest navy in the world, with around 50 destroyers and 2 aircraft carriers at its disposal. So China is not worried about the Philippines military intervening in their plans to invade Taiwan. What they are afraid of is the fact that the recent agreement between the US and the Philippines will allow the US military to operate more effectively in the region. And if the People's Liberation Army went head-to-head with the US, they would lose every time. Therefore, the Philippines and its proximity to Taiwan may be one of the biggest complications in any future plans Beijing has for invading the island. The United States now has 9 bases in the Philippines thanks to the new agreement, which would greatly improve its ability to deploy aircraft and naval vessels to the South China Sea and the Strait of Taiwan. This will improve American resupply and operational capabilities in the region. It's suspected the U.S. forces will immediately begin using these bases for training and equipment storage while simultaneously improving their infrastructure. New runways are being built along with other facilities necessary to strengthen the U.S.'s position. With each new base, China's hopes of securing Taiwan without American intervention is slipping away. There are 3 main advantages that the new bases in the Philippines give the United States, which are 3 causes for concern in China. The first is the U.S. military will be able to increase the amount of training they can conduct in the region. It also means that other U.S. allies like Australia, Japan, and South Korea may also be able to join in more training missions as well. The more preparation and exercises the U.S. and its allies are able to conduct in the region, the more effective their forces will be in a conflict. Being able to practice maneuvers and tactics in the very location where a conflict might arise gives U.S. forces a huge advantage, and this is all thanks to the Philippines. This factor is particularly important for the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Marine Corps Aviation, which will now be able to easily conduct exercises utilizing tactical air formations necessary to be effective in an East Asian conflict. The Philippine bases will allow more frequent training, and although there's no real substitute for actual combat, U.S. military personnel now have the ability to train in the actual environment they would be fighting in if China ever invaded Taiwan. The experience in Asian combat environments that U.S. troops are now gaining is making Beijing incredibly nervous and putting a real damper on any future plans they had of invading Taiwan. The second reason the bases in the Philippines are a major complication for China is that the U.S. can use them as forward operation bases to project power into the South China Sea. The facilities in the Philippines will allow the U.S. military to procure supplies, conduct repairs, and carry out maintenance on its ships and aircraft. This will provide the U.S. with the opportunity to always have a fully functional force ready to strike at any given moment. One of the things that China previously had going for it, if they decided to invade Taiwan, was that the U.S. was on the other side of the Pacific and their bases in the region were some distance away from Taiwan. Now, however, the United States has several bases just over 100 miles from the island, and as the infrastructure is modernized, it could lead to U.S. forces being able to stay fully equipped and operational throughout a prolonged conflict. By allowing the United States military to operate freely and have 9 bases in the Philippines, Manila has provided the means for the U.S. forces to grow exponentially in the region. This has not only angered China but has them terrified. Beijing knows that it cannot win a war against the U.S., which is why they've been using gray zone tactics to weaken Taiwan and bring the island under its sphere of influence. However, this may no longer be enough, and any immediate plans to take Taiwan are now under serious threat because of the Philippines and the U.S. bases there. The third and most obvious reason why the U.S. military presence in the Philippines is complicating China's future plans is that the new bases will allow U.S. forces to launch attacks across the South China Sea and target Chinese forces on the mainland. This would only happen if a full-scale war broke out, but it's the fact that the Philippines will act as a launchpad for combat operations that really has China scared. What it comes down to is that China is concerned about the continuously encroaching presence of the United States military in East Asia. Filipino and U.S. forces have already conducted joint combat exercises and disaster training in the Luzon Strait, the body of water that separates the Philippines and Taiwan. But now these exercises come with a new threat for China. The Filipino and US militaries are clearly planning to defend Taiwan, which will be much easier with new bases in the northern Philippine Islands. However, it's worth noting that the Philippine construction prohibits the basing of nuclear weapons within its borders, so at least that's one thing China doesn't have to worry about for the time being. Reason 2. Economic opportunity. It's no secret that China has spread its influence around the world through trade agreements, shipping, and investment in foreign infrastructure projects. Beijing has been able to manipulate leaders, influence decisions, and sway international sentiment thanks to its rapidly growing economy. China's economic might is its main tool for spreading its power across the planet. However, nations that have closely allied themselves with the US, especially in Asia, are a thorn in Beijing's side. The Philippines definitely falls into that category. Over the past decade, China's been the largest foreign investor in the Philippines. However, Chinese companies are still nowhere near as dominant as US companies are in the country. American companies continue to be the top taxpayers in the Philippines and have contributed more over the years than any other nation to its development. That being said, many US companies take advantage of the cheap labor and loose regulations in the Philippines. But just in terms of economic impact, US companies have more invested than China does. During the Duterte administration, China hoped to weaken U.S. influence over the Philippines and control the country through economic means, as it's done with so many other nations. Unfortunately for China, they did not succeed in this endeavor. China still has companies and major investments in the Philippines, but the new administration is clearly looking to strengthen economic ties with the U.S. Manila and Cebu are two major trading centers in the region, and there are huge profits to be made by foreign players who utilize those ports. China is now worried that on top of its military expansion, the United States could use the Philippines to further its economic influence over East Asia. The U.S. has allocated more than $82 million for infrastructure improvements in the Philippines to enhance the access to resources and the capabilities of their bases. This is a huge investment that'll bring jobs and economic growth to communities around the military facilities in the Philippines. This is exactly what China has done in other parts of the world with growing economies. It's allowed them to hold power over other governments and influence their decisions. Unfortunately for Beijing, the Philippines will not be another one of its puppets. China invested heavily in the Philippines over the last decade, and now with a renewed alliance with the United States, their investments won't yield the results they had hoped. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Beijing expected one day to control the Filipino government through trade agreements and debt. Perhaps then China could have swayed Manila to support its claims that Taiwan was its territory. At the very least, Beijing hoped that its economic influence would keep the Philippines out of any conflict that arose in the South China Sea. However, this tactic has clearly not worked, which has the Chinese leadership worried. Reason 3. The Philippines is in a unique position to provide humanitarian aid to Taiwan. In the event that a conflict does erupt in the South China Sea, the Philippines will likely see an influx of refugees. This is not ideal for China's plans, as Beijing likely wants to subjugate the Taiwanese people so that the manufacturing capabilities of the island can be maintained once the invasion is complete. Taiwan manufactures over 60% of all semiconductors in the world. This has resulted in the small island becoming an economic powerhouse. However, the fact that the Philippines is so close to Taiwan and Manila has shown in the past that they're willing to take in refugees, Beijing may be nervous that unless they can blockade the entire island of Taiwan, huge amounts of talent and manpower will flee to the Philippines. If China attacks, there will be a mass exodus of Filipino nationals back to their homeland. With them will also come millions of refugees. Taiwan has a population of around 23.35 million people. It's very likely that much of that population who tries to flee will escape to the Philippines. There's also the fact that the United States military will be stationed in the Philippines to help with the refugee crisis and offer aid, housing, and services to those fleeing the Chinese invasion. The fact that the Philippines is in a unique position to aid the Taiwanese people by taking them in during an invasion is probably an annoyance for Beijing. The whole point of their gray zone tactics is to isolate and alienate Taiwan from the rest of the world. However, knowing that the Philippines and the U.S. forces stationed there would be willing and able to help the people of Taiwan as they fled for safety is just another complication for China's plans. Reason 4. The Philippines could threaten China's influence in the region. This is probably at the bottom of China's list of worries, but it is worth noting that the Philippines' economy is growing fast. In the last 2 decades, the GDP of the Philippines has jumped from $94 billion to $394 billion. That's an average growth of around $15 billion annually. Over the last several decades, the Philippines' GDP growth rate has been around 5.7%, which is much higher than most countries around the world. However, China's annual GDP change has averaged around 8.7%. Even still, the Philippines' economy appears to be growing at a steady pace with no signs of slowing down. The economic success likely put the Philippines on China's radar in terms of countries to watch out for. Any threat to Beijing's power and influence in the region is not to be taken lightly. A rapidly modernizing Philippines is not something China is happy about since Manila is so closely allied with the US. As of right now, China is more concerned about the military aspect of the Philippines-American agreement. However, in the future, the economic implications of a growing Filipino economy may be an additional cause for concern. Now let's dive into the history of the Philippines and how the US ended up with so many military bases on its islands. Unfortunately, the Filipino people have been mistreated by a number of nations when colonized, including the Spanish, Japanese, Americans, and even China. However, understanding the past can also help us better understand the power dynamics at play today. It'll also provide a glimpse into why Beijing is so concerned with how things in the Philippines are unfolding. In April of 1898, the Spanish-American War broke out. After only months of fighting, the United States Navy destroyed the Spanish fleet stationed in Manila Bay, causing Spain to cede the Philippines to the U.S. It was at this point that the United States declared military rule and the American colonization of the Philippines began. The following year, General Aguinaldo declared the island should be free of foreign control and renamed the First Philippine Republic. He waged war against the American colonizers, leading to the Philippine-American War. After 3 years of fighting, U.S. forces were victorious and the war ended. A U.S. civil government was installed. In 1935, political movements led to the establishment of the Commonwealth of the Philippines. The United States promised the country full independence within 10 years. Unfortunately, this freedom never came, as in 1941, a new colonizer took control of the nation. World War II was in full swing. Japanese forces invaded the Philippines and seized the northern islands. Atrocities occurred, including the massacre of entire towns and villages. It's estimated that as many as 1 million Filipino civilians died during the Japanese occupation. By 1944, U.S. forces reclaimed the island, and in 1946, the Republic of the Philippines was granted full independence. However, the U.S. military never really left the islands. In 1947, the United States was officially granted military basing rights throughout the Philippines. Over time, most of the bases were abandoned, and the U.S. military presence did eventually dwindle. However, in March of 1996, China fired a number of unarmed ballistic missiles across the Taiwan Strait, which splashed down just off the coast of Taiwan. The United States deployed 2 carrier battle groups to the waters around Taiwan to signal to Beijing to stand down and that an attack on Taipei would not be tolerated. It was this incident that led to the United States renewing its alliance with the Philippines and to begin strengthening its position in the region. In 1998, the Visiting Forces Agreement was signed and the number of American troops stationed in the Philippines increased. The United States and the Philippines began collaborating on fighting the War on Terror. Radical Islamist groups had begun operating in the southernmost sections of Mindanao. These terrorists claimed to have ties to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. However, in 2012, an incident led to Filipino and American forces refocusing their attention on China. A confrontation between Philippine and Chinese naval vessels arose along the Scarborough Shoal Reef in the South China Sea. Both nations claimed the reef belonged to them, as large reserves of oil and gas were found to be located in the area. Nothing came of the conflict other than the Philippines bringing the dispute before an international court, which ruled in their favor. Beijing refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of the trial, and tensions over the Scarborough Shoal Reef continued. In 2016, Rodrigo Duterte was elected president and suggested the Philippines rely less heavily on the U.S. and look towards China for the future. In hindsight, that wasn't a complete surprise. Duterte ruled over the Philippines using draconian methods and an iron fist to punish anyone found with drugs of any kind. Thousands of Filipinos were arrested and killed as a result of his policies. Duterte took more of an authoritarian stance than a democratic one, which might have been why he sought closer ties to Beijing. However, in March 2022, when an invasion of Ukraine by Russia seemed all but inevitable, Duterte came running back to the United States for protection. The concern was that if Russia was willing to invade its neighbor, then China might be thinking about expanding its own borders by attacking Taiwan. The concern was that after Taiwan, the Philippines could be Beijing's next target. Talks began, and it appeared the Philippines would allow the U.S. to resume operations at their previous base at Subic Bay and the nearby Clark Air Base. When Bongbong Marcos took over, the alliance was expanded to include 9 bases in total. It was at this point that China began to recognize the major role the Philippines would play in hindering its future plans for the region. It is worth noting that not all the Filipinos are on board with the deployment of American troops within their borders. The older generations remember stories of colonization and what it was like to try to build a country after centuries of foreign powers ravishing their lands and oppressing the Filipino people. It was in 1992 that the last American-controlled military base in the Philippines was shut down. American troops still operated in the country on joint training missions, but there were no longer United States bases on Philippine soil. The reason for this was that many felt like having US-controlled bases in the Philippines brought into question the true sovereignty of the nation. These same feelings are once again rising. The International League of People's Struggle is an anti-imperialist movement that seeks to warn people about the dangers of allowing foreign powers to have a military presence in sovereign nations and educate the world about the atrocities that happened due to colonization. They also voiced concerns that in the past and present, US troops perpetrated crimes against Filipino women and the LGBTQ community. This has included soldiers being tried and convicted of murder, sexual assault, and violation of human rights. However, in those cases, the American troops were almost always sent back to the US, where they were never held accountable for their crimes. Regardless of how the Filipino people feel, the government believes that having a US military presence in the Philippines is vital to maintaining the status quo in the region. China knows that the Philippines poses a threat to its power and influence now that the US-Filipino alliance has been repaired and new US bases have been set up in the region. Marcos Jr.'s administration has stated the Philippines would stand by and assist the United States in any armed conflict that arose with Taiwan and China. The reality is that the Philippines was likely always going to be in danger if China invaded Taiwan due to its proximity to the conflict. The Philippines decided to take a proactive approach to this threat and allied itself with the United States for additional protection, money, and resources in the years to come. This has left Beijing furious, and it's clear they now see the Philippines as a major thorn in their side. Early in its invasion of Ukraine, when the world turned a collective cold shoulder to it, Russia claimed that the Russian-Chinese partnership was one of no limits. Not long after, the Chinese were quick to rectify the sentiment and make it clear that there were indeed limits to this relationship, with its only real friends being Iran and North Korea. If Russia wants to win the war in Ukraine, it desperately needs China's support, but China has other plans, and it would like nothing better than if Russia lost this war. And not just any loss, the more catastrophic the better. Russia's war to defeat Russia by invading Ukraine is putting the nation in an increasingly tough position as the conflict enters the 18-month mark. Initially, sanctions against the country barely made a dent on its economy, thanks to booming energy revenues as the Western world bought up vast reserves of Russian energy in order to shore up for looming sanctions. But the boom times are over, and now Western price caps on Russian energy are gutting government revenues. These price caps allow Russia just enough leeway to keep selling oil and gas and thus avoid a global energy crisis, but not enough for Russia to turn a profit. In effect, Russia's greatest source of revenue has been reduced to a break-even state, even as the country taxes oil income according to the price of Brent crude rather than its own. This is cannibalizing its own energy industry just to continue financing the costly war in Ukraine. Even worse, as Russia switched to sell oil to India, they tried to make up its losses of Western business, and the Indian government demanded that all sales be made in rupees instead of rubles. This has left Russia with a massive quantity of Indian rupees, which have very limited use on the international market as most nations trade in either dollars or euro. Russia also doesn't need much of what India is willing to export, meaning it can't use those rupees to buy the Indian goods it might need. This growing stockpile of rupees is effectively worthless to Russia unless the world suddenly switches to the rupee as the global reserve currency in the near future. On top of income woes, Russia is dealing with a catastrophic shortage of badly needed products for the manufacture of advanced weapons. Sanctions on semiconductor sales to Russia have reduced its military to scrounging for chips from consumer goods like dishwashers, and it's being forced to buy drones from countries like Iran under deals that heavily favor Iran. In the wake of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the world learned that while Russia is a huge arms exporter, it was extremely reliant on advanced components from around the world to actually produce sophisticated arms. Without those components, the Russian defense industry can only manage to chug out a few advanced weapon systems per month, an estimated 20 tanks per month, for example, and in a questionable state of modernity to boot. China has helped alleviate some of the pressure that Russia is currently under. It has greatly expanded its import of Russian energy in the wake of Western sanctions and allows Russia to use its own financial institutions to undertake some transactions and evade Western restrictions. Further, there's good intelligence announced by the Americans that Chinese defense firms have been providing vital equipment to the Russian war effort. It was long feared that China would announce their full-blown support for Russia in a similar style as Ukraine enjoys from the West. Everything from Chinese tanks to artillery and especially missiles were feared to be crossing the border into Russia, replenishing its stockpiles and significantly expanding Russia's ability to continue waging this war. Despite Ukraine's many successes, it remains outgunned and outmanned by the vastly larger Russian military, which has the good fortune of access to vast stocks of Cold War equipment that still enjoys some battlefield utility. But those stocks are increasingly running out, and China was feared to be the key to replenishing Russian shortages. So far, there's been no sign of heavy equipment being transferred to Russia, despite President Vladimir Putin doubtlessly asking for it during his meetings with China's Xi Jinping. What we do know is that there is increasing evidence that the Chinese government is actively aiding Russia in evading sanctions, transferring large amounts of dual-use hardware like drones and computer chips to feed its ever-hungry defense industry. Chinese state-owned defense companies have shipped everything from badly needed spare parts for combat jets to navigation equipment. And just between March and July of 2023, Chinese companies sold Russia over $12 million in drones and drone parts. For their part, the Chinese have claimed that they're not selling Russia any weapons, which so far seems to be true. However, they also claim that any dual-use items being transferred to Russia are, quote, above board. This is objectively false, given that it took U.S. intelligence and third-party researchers to begin to discover the scope of what China is supplying to Russia. But it's not just parts that could be used in military drones that China is sneaking into Russia. China is now the largest importer of Russian oil in the world, dethroning India for that title in March of 2023. While Russia has not been able to make up all it lost in sales to the West, China now imports twice the amount of liquefied petroleum gas than it did in 2021, and crude oil imports are around 1.65 million barrels a day. One of the most painful blows to the Russian economy was sanctions by the West, which forbade Western insurance agencies from insuring any ship used to transport Russian oil. This meant that Russia didn't just lose access to European tanker fleets, but to international fleets insured by European companies. That left it with few options with which to ship oil, given that pipelines to alternate markets are few and so specialized that only very specific products could be sent through them anyway. But here too, China's helping Russia out by providing its own supertankers and granting insurance to third-party tankers transferring Russian energy goods. According to an anonymous Chinese executive, China provided 18 supertankers and insured a further 16 third-party vessels in 2023, shipping 15 million metric tons of crude oil. It looks like, short of providing Russia with weapons, China's doing everything it can to help Russia win. But on closer inspection, this is far from the truth, because the truth is, China is only interested in China, and even its aid to Russia is completely in its own interest, and it comes at an increasingly high cost to Russia's continued independence. Now, that last part is not a flaw, it's a feature of Chinese aid. China's been accused of using its Belt and Road Economic Initiative to spread what some have called, quote, debt trap diplomacy. There's varying levels of truth to this, but when looking at China's alleged support for Russia, it's hard to not see how China has its own interests front and center, to the great detriment of the Russians. Firstly, most of the transactions between Russia and China are now being conducted with the Chinese yuan, with the amount of total Russian exports conducted in yuan increasing from half a percentage point pre-war to 14% today. This is both a reflection of Russia's increasing shift toward Chinese markets and the Chinese demanding that trade be conducted in their own currency, strengthening the Chinese yuan directly. For the first time in history, the Chinese yuan is the most used currency inside of China itself for cross-border transactions. Globally, the yuan, or renminbi, rose to 2.7% of global foreign exchange reserves in 2022. This is good news for China, but bad news for Russia, since, like its situation with India, it's now left with huge cash reserves of a currency that only a very small amount of global trade is undertaken with. At least China's more sophisticated economy is able to offer Russia more of the goods and services it needs, and thus provide a chance to use those yuan reserves, but it can't provide everything, still leaving Russia with significant yuan reserves it cannot do much with. But the bigger picture overall is one where Russia is effectively forced to sell its energy for two currencies that the vast majority of the world doesn't do business with, meaning that the longer Russia is left under sanctions, the more dependent it becomes on India and China, since those are the only two currencies it has left in significant reserves, and nobody else wants them. China's political support is likewise completely self-serving. When Russia announced its no-limits partnership, China was quick to correct the record in order to not offend the West, where it has significant investments. To date, Chinese support has been tepid at best, with the nation calling for a, quote, equitable peace for both sides. What exactly that entails remains ambiguous, with China careful to word its 12-point peace plan in a way that leaves it completely unclear as to how it views a valid resolution to the war in Ukraine. In point number 1, China calls for both parties to observe the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries, but this peace plan was presented after Russia annexed eastern Ukraine. So, does China support returning Ukrainian sovereignty to the annexed provinces, or does it support Russian claims of sovereignty? Nobody but the Chinese know, leaving their position pleasantly ambiguous, to their own benefit and to the detriment of Russia. With most of the world not recognizing its annexation of Ukrainian territory, Russia needs a significant world power to recognize its claims, or it'll lose them entirely. But as the world becomes increasingly polarized between liberal democracies and authoritarian dictatorships, why would China not fully embrace a like-minded authoritarian state? Why, in reality, does China want Russia to lose the war in Ukraine? It all comes down to what China needs in order to continue prospering and pursue its ultimate goal of dethroning the US as the sole global superpower. And Russia has everything China needs to accomplish this. Relations between the two states have varied wildly, from warm friendship during the first part of the Cold War to mutual distrust and even outright border conflicts in the second half. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia was still the big boy on the block and China the junior partner. But the Chinese dragon has completely overtaken the Russian bear, with China now dwarfing it not just economically but politically and militarily as well. Russia's only remaining advantage over China is its nuclear arsenal, but with the state of the military on full display in Ukraine, there are serious questions as to the efficacy of an arsenal even bigger than that of the US. China's working to close that gap too, with massive investment in nuclear weapons in recent years, much to the world's detriment. China has a long memory of its treatment as a junior partner by the Soviet Union superpower, and continued by Russia until recently. It also remembers the territory stolen from it by the Russian Empire in 1858 under a set of humiliating treaties forced upon the Qin dynasty by the Russians. Russian Manchuria now includes the Amur Oblast and the southern half of the Khabarovsky Krai. It's not just national pride at stake, though, as Russian Manchuria happens to not just be strategically important, but also rich in energy resources and, most importantly, water. With China experiencing significant droughts, water shortages have put huge pressure on the nation, and the territory stolen from it by the Russian Empire happens to have two of the resources it needs most today. Russian Manchuria is only the tip of Chinese ambitions, though, because the greater prize is the entire Russian Far East. The RFE contains massive quantities of energy and other resources that remain largely unexplored and untapped. It is exactly these resources China is eyeing hungrily. Not only would it dramatically bolster the Chinese economy, but having access to those energy stockpiles would create a secure overland energy supply route directly to China. This is of significant concern when today China faces the very real prospect of having the US Navy completely blockade its sea-based trade, which accounts for approximately 60% of its energy imports. Without the ability to challenge the US Navy far from its own shores, having a vast supply of energy delivered via secure land routes would suddenly give China a lot of freedom to pursue some of its most aggressive foreign policy goals that the United States currently keeps in check, such as invading and annexing Taiwan. For its part, Russia has not helped Chinese ambitions in the region much. In 2014, Russia launched its Arctic Development Plan and did not include any Chinese involvement, nor did they make any mention of plans to prioritize Chinese energy needs. That's all changed as Russia has turned to China to finance significant infrastructure and energy exploration in the region. For the Russian political elite in Moscow, the situation is increasingly alarming. Not only are Russia's energy resources in its most far-flung region being financed by the Chinese, but China's own investments into the Russian Far East overall vastly outstrip its investments by the Russian federal government. Immigration, both legal and illegal, is creating a population that is increasingly more Chinese than Russian. In 20 to 30 years, it's feared that there will be more ethnic Chinese in the RFE than Russians. a concerning situation given the 113 million Chinese are sitting right across the border in neighboring Chinese provinces. Tensions between local Russians and Chinese populations are already nearing a boiling point. There's a deep resentment over the growing crowds of Chinese tourists who are said to be rude and patronize only Chinese businesses. In 2019, tensions came to a fever pitch over a Chinese-owned bottling plant on Lake Baikal, which is the world's deepest lake and holds 20% of the global freshwater supply. This Chinese plant would not only block local access to the water supply, but ship that water to China, where it's desperately needed. The Russian outrage was so pronounced that plans to build the plant were deemed illegal in Russian court. China's not done much to ease tensions and in fact seems to have signaled intentions to eventually retake Russian Manchuria. In 2023, Beijing approved the creation of official maps which showed the territories surrendered under the Qin dynasty under Chinese control and with their old Chinese names. The statement was clear: China wants what Russia has. And this is why China needs Russia to lose this war. And the worse it loses, the better. Russia's unlikely to simply allow demographics to shift ownership of the RFE from itself to China, even as a growing Chinese population creates an opportunity for an independence movement or an annexation by China. It is ironically exactly how Russia claimed justification for invading Ukraine: the protection of Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. In another decade or two, China will have this exact same justification to move to annex the RFE, a region that's not just increasingly ethnically Chinese, but financially too. While China could absolutely defeat Russia in a conventional war, Russia is unlikely to let the RFE go peacefully and could resort to nuclear weapons to defend its territory. This is where a crippling loss in Ukraine would be to China's advantage, as such a loss would likely come with significant political upheaval, exactly the type of chaos China could use to make a move on the RFE, consolidating its hold before a fractured Russian state could properly react. In the end, it'd be a fitting fate for Russia to have its own territory annexed by a belligerent neighbor, but it would be a significant setback for the liberal world order, which has relied on the US Navy's ability to control Chinese trade to keep its worst ambitions in check.
The People's Republic of China is huge. Not only is it the world's most populous country, with a population of around 1.404 billion people, it's massive land-wise. The country is approximately 3,700,000 square miles, making it slightly larger than the United States in land area. Although China spans 5 geographical time zones, the whole country follows a single standard time. China's home to 56 ethnic groups. Linguists estimate that there are nearly 300 living languages spoken in China, with Mandarin Chinese having the most speakers, around 955 million people. China is governed by the Communist Party of China, which administers the country from the capital of Beijing. The country is rapidly developing and is on track to become a superpower. Here are 6 places China is attempting to subjugate to expand its borders, economic, and global influence. Number 1. Tibet. China has a long and volatile relationship with Tibet, beginning in the 13th century and throughout different periods in history. Tibet has been ruled by Chinese and Mongolian dynasties and has also been an independent nation. In the first quarter of the 20th century, Tibet was ruled by Great Britain before once again becoming an independent nation. In 1950, Chinese troops invaded Tibet to enforce China's age-old claim to the country. Some areas became the Tibetan Autonomous Region and others were assimilated into neighboring Chinese provinces. In 1959, after a failed anti-Chinese revolt, the spiritual leader of Tibet, the 14th Dalai Lama, fled the country and set up a government in exile in India. During China's Cultural Revolution, many Buddhist monasteries were destroyed and thousands of Tibetans were likely slaughtered during martial law. Due to international pressure in the 1980s, China somewhat relaxed its grip on Tibet and implemented reforms. Currently, Beijing continues to modernize Tibet, sometimes at the cost of the region's cultural heritage. Development has brought Han Chinese migrants and Western tourism to the area. Since the early 2000s, there have been protests in Tibet, especially on the anniversaries of politically significant dates. Human rights groups say that China continues to politically and religiously repress Tibet. Various activists worldwide campaign for an independent Tibet. There are several strategic and economic motives China has for governing the region. Tibet is highly important to China's sense of self and Chinese nationalism. Many Chinese leaders, past and present, have believed that no matter the lines drawn on the map, Tibet is fundamentally a part of China. They felt a strong nationalistic drive to return China to its ancient, far-flung Qing dynasty borders. Tibet also serves as a buffer zone between China on one side and India, Nepal, and Bangladesh on the other. The Himalayan mountain range provides natural security as well as a military advantage. China is currently struggling to find a balance between environmental issues and yet not hinder the country's economic industry. China is hungry for natural resources, and Tibet serves as a crucial water source, as well as possessing significant mineral wealth. Since the early 2000s, Beijing has invested billions in Tibet as part of its wide-ranging economic development plan for Western China. Number 2. Arunachal Pradesh. China also claims that the region of Arunachal Pradesh, the northeasternmost state of the 28 states of India, is a part of South Tibet and therefore a part of China. Aside from India, Taiwan also claims the South Tibet region. Arunachal Pradesh borders the Indian states of Assam and Nagaland to the south, and countries Bhutan to the west, Myanmar to the east. To the north, the demarcation line known as the McMahon Line separates Arunachal Pradesh from the Tibetan area of China. Historically, Arunachal Pradesh belonged to neither China nor India, but was dominated by several autonomous tribes. In 1913 to 1914, representatives from Great Britain, China, and Tibet held the Simla Conference to decide on the borderlines for Tibet. The Tibetan and British officials agreed on the McMahon Line as the border between British India and Outer Tibet. The Chinese representatives refused the demarcation line and have considered it invalid ever since. When China invaded Tibet in 1950 and the Dalai Lama later fled Tibet, India supported the Tibetan government, angering China. During the Sino-Indian border conflict in 1962, China captured most of the area of Arunachal Pradesh, but ended up withdrawing. In recent years, tensions have risen as China has publicly claimed the region of Arunachal Pradesh. China is especially interested in a small district called Tawang, which borders Tibet and Bhutan. China has even gone so far as to destroy thousands of maps and make new ones, having renamed parts of Arunachal Pradesh with Chinese names. India, while not growing as fast as China, is still emerging as a regional economic powerhouse. China wants to dominate Asia and sometimes seems to look for ways to clash with India. Most importantly, it's strongly assumed that there are heavy deposits of minerals such as gold and lithium in Arunachal Pradesh. A large-scale Chinese mining operation found gold and silver deposits worth around $60 billion in the Lunzi County of Tibet, which is directly adjacent to Arunachal Pradesh. Number 3. Aksai Chin. China and India also clash over another border region, Aksai Chin, near Kashmir. Aksai Chin is mainly in Hotan County, in the southwestern part of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, with a small area on the southeast and south sides lying within the extreme west of the Tibet Autonomous Region. India claims Aksai Chin as part of the Ladakh region of the Jammu and Kashmir state. Aksai Chin is a remote, inhospitable region where mainly nomadic tribes roam. The area was ignored until the 1950s when China built a military road through it to connect Tibet with Xinjiang. India was angry upon discovery of the road, and it ended up being a major factor in the Sino-Indian border conflict of 1962. At the end of the clash, China retained control of around 14,700 square miles of territory in Aksai Chin. In 1993 and 1996, the two countries signed agreements to respect the line of actual control, the demarcation line that separates Indian-controlled territory from Chinese-controlled territory in Jammu and Kashmir. Not only does China want Aksai Chin for maintaining a direct route between Tibet and Xinjiang, it appreciates the territory for its strategic position. Aksai Chin is mostly high ground with an average elevation of around 17,000 feet. If China ever goes to war with its neighbors Pakistan, Kashmir, and India, the Aksai Chin region will enable it to take a commanding high position. Number 4. The South China Sea. As well as claiming disputed land, China has also claimed islands in the South China Sea. In fact, China has taken to dredging the sea and building out uninhabited islands such as Woody Island or the Spratly Islands to tighten its control over the region. 6 countries, the Philippines, Vietnam, China, Brunei, Taiwan, and Malaysia, hold different territorial, sometimes overlapping claims of the South China Sea, based on various historical accounts and geography. Adding to the tension, the U.S. Navy frequently patrols the sea due to its alliance with several countries. China considers this to be a provocation. The South China Sea is very important to Beijing because it's a crucial commercial passage connecting Asia with Europe and Africa. 1/3 of global shipping, or $3.37 trillion of international trade, passes through the South China Sea. Furthermore, the seabed is rich with major oil and gas reserves. The U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates the region contains at least 11 billion barrels of crude oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Also, the South China Sea is a vital food source, accounting for 10% of the world's fisheries. In July 2016, an international tribunal in The Hague ruled that China had no historic rights over the sea and that some of the rocky outcrops claimed by several countries could not legally be used as the basis for territorial claims. Beijing rejected the ruling. More recently, some Southeast Asian nations have considered having bilateral talks with China to settle the dispute. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, has been working with China to create an official code of conduct to avoid clashes in the disputed waters. Number 5. Taiwan. China has had an ongoing dispute with Taiwan for decades. It views Taiwan as a breakaway province that will eventually be part of the country again. But many Taiwanese citizens want a completely separate nation. Historically, Taiwan was a part of China. Taiwan was governed by China's Qing dynasty from 1683 to 1895. When Japan won the First Sino-Japanese War, China had to cede the region to them. After World War II, Japan was forced to relinquish to China control of the territory it had previously taken. Civil war broke out in China in 1946 and ended in a victory for Mao Zedong's Communist Army. Chiang Kai-shek and his Chinese Nationalist Party, known as Kuomintang or KMT, fled to Taiwan. The KMT dominated Taiwan's politics for many years until after Chiang Kai-shek's death. Having inherited an effective dictatorship and under pressure from a burgeoning democracy movement, Chiang's son, Chiang Ching-kuo, began assessing a process of democratization, which in 2000 led to the election of the island's first non-KMT president, Chen Shui-bian. Meanwhile, China treated Taiwan with great hostility. In the 1980s, relations between China and Taiwan started improving. China put forth the One Country, Two Systems plan, under which Taiwan would be given significant autonomy if it accepted Chinese reunification. Taiwan refused, but did relax rules for its citizens to visit and investment in China. Since the 1970s, the U.S. has been a close ally of Taiwan and has sold billions in defensive weapons to the country. Currently, U.S. policy in the region has been described as strategic ambiguity, seeking to balance recognition of China's emergence as a regional power with the U.S. support for Taiwan's economic success and democratization. In recent years, China has been alarmed by Taiwanese citizens electing politicians who favor independence from China. Furthermore, the Taiwanese public has staged various protests about Beijing's policies regarding the country. Currently, Taiwan's legal status is unclear, in limbo. The country has its own constitution, democratically elected leaders, and its own armed forces with about 300,000 active troops. China wants Taiwan to return to the fold because of nationalism. Also, Taiwan being a part of China is a strategic defensive move. If Taiwan was to become an independent nation with its close ties to America, the U.S. would likely have a naval port and military base in Taiwan, right on China's doorstep. Number 6. Hong Kong. One final place where China is attempting to expand its power is Hong Kong. At the end of the First Opium War in 1842, part of Hong Kong Island became a British colony. Later, China leased the rest of Hong Kong, the new territories, to the British for 99 years. By the 1950s, Hong Kong had become a busy commercial port and a manufacturing hub. As the end of the 99-year lease approached, Britain and China held talks on the future of Hong Kong. In 1984, a deal was reached that Hong Kong would return to China in 1997, under the principle of One Country, Two Systems. As a result, Hong Kong has a high degree of autonomy with its own legal system and borders, and rights including freedom of assembly and free speech for the next 50 years. However, in recent years, Beijing has been treading on Hong Kong's rights. Artists and writers say they're under increased pressure to self-censor, and democracy has been limited. The current leader was elected by a 1,200-member pro-Beijing election committee chosen by just 6% of eligible voters. Throughout the spring and summer of 2019, large protests erupted in Hong Kong in response to a proposed bill permitting the extradition of fugitives to mainland China. Citizens worry the bill will be used to target, detain, and extradite political dissidents. Beijing's response to the protests has become increasingly violent as the citizens show no signs of backing down. China considers Hong Kong a bridge between Asia and the West for business and financial matters. Also, once again, China's domination of Hong Kong seems to be fueled by nationalistic fervor. In 30 years' time, watching this video will be illegal in your country because China will have dominated the world. The Chinese Banksy, the man known simply as Baidu Chao, recently had his exhibition in Italy protested by the Chinese government. Infamous for speaking out against the Chinese Communist Party, China lobbied the Italian government to have his show cancelled. When that didn't work, the nation threatened Brescia, the Italian city where Baidu Chao's exhibition was being held. With warnings that continuing with the show would put any future collaborations in jeopardy, the city ignored the warning and the Italian government refused to shut the show down. Then the Chinese government moved to threaten Baidu Chao himself. They first ran propaganda pieces on Baidu Chao through state-run websites within the Great Chinese Firewall, casting into doubt his character and making baseless accusations against him. The government actively encouraged anti-Baidu Chao sentiment among Chinese social media while censoring any pro-Baidu Chao posts. Then things got personal. Chinese people began to show up at Baidu Chao's exhibit, claiming to be supporters. Getting close to the artist, they began to deliver warnings about how dangerous Italy could be. One even mentioned how people die on the streets here for no reason in Italy, a clear death threat. Today, Baidu Chao is forced to live in Australia where he doesn't contact his family for fear the Chinese government will go after them instead. But if China has its way, soon nowhere will be safe to hide from the Chinese Communist Party, not even the United States of America. If you think this is far-fetched, consider China's response to the interruption of the 2022 Olympic Games torch lighting ceremony in Greece when pro-Free Tibet protesters crashed the ceremony to demand accountability for the genocide of 1 million Uyghurs in China. After the event became public, those involved in the protest had their identities leaked online to receive thousands of death threats, mostly from Chinese social media users, ironically using a VPN to bypass Chinese censors. This is hardly the first time that Beijing has used public outrage it creates to target its critics and even endanger lives. When the media team of University of New South Wales removed an article and tweet in which Elaine Pearson, the Australian director of Human Rights Watch, spoke about China's curtailing of human rights after the Hong Kong riots, pro-Chinese Communist Party students across Australia flooded the university's social media pages with hate messages. The irony here once more being that if they did this in their own country, they'd be jailed for it. But it's no laughing matter, as Australia has a large Chinese population and there are now concerns over how to preserve free speech in the face of overwhelming Chinese intimidation of China's critics. If you thought the US, a country known for its staunch defense of free speech, is safe from Chinese influence, think again. In 2020, 5 people were arrested in what the US officials called an aggressive Chinese government operation to track down dissidents and critics of Beijing in the United States and repatriate them. This operation, codenamed Fox Hunt, was according to Beijing part of an anti-corruption campaign where the targets were supposed to be brought back home to China for trial. That is frankly terrifying, as it's clear China was willing to bring these critics who sought safety in America home no matter the cost, possibly even involving kidnapping. The scary thing is that by US officials' own administration, China has several of these squads in operation across the United States, and finding and neutralizing them is now a top priority in order to protect the rights of Chinese immigrants in America. Chillingly, one of those agents caught by authorities had left a note on the door of one man they were seeking to bring back to China, which read, "If you are willing to go back to mainland and spend 10 years in prison, your wife and children will be all right." That's the end of the matter. Would China seriously murder the family of a dissident on US soil? If the threat against Baidu Chao is to be believed, the answer is yes. And in a world where China is the top power, there is no room for free speech or criticism of the Chinese Communist Party. China's current president, Xi Jinping, took power in 2013, and since then he has worked to reshape China and eventually the world in his image. While the Chinese Communist Party was always a repressive authoritarian organization, under Xi the party has not only ramped up its authoritarianism, it started to export it to other countries. But more on that later. Shortly after taking office, Xi undertook a massive anti-corruption campaign across both the Chinese government and the military. While China did in fact suffer from a massive corruption problem, ranking among the most corrupt in the developed world at the time, the truth is that Xi's purge wasn't just to root out criminal politicians and military leaders, it was to weed out anyone who might pose a challenge to his authority. It's no surprise then, as Xi sent back thousands to prison, he began to lay the groundwork for removing presidential term limits. In 2018, he accomplished that goal, when the Communist Party, staffed almost completely with Xi loyalists, voted to remove presidential term limits from the Constitution. But ruling China isn't enough for the CCP. To ensure their own survival, they need to topple the liberal globe order modeled on Western democracies, and China's got 2 plans to do just that. The first is the most direct and simple approach, and it starts off right on their own shores. China's ambitions to become the world's reigning superpower will never come to pass if it can't first topple the current reigning world superpower, the United States of America. In order to achieve this, it first must kick the US out of the Pacific for good.
good, and that means building a strong navy. Navies need soldiers, though, and to that end, China is preparing its people and the world for war against the United States. Since the late 2010s, a slew of Chinese action films have been released globally, featuring Chinese heroes who inevitably end up fighting against corrupt American villains. Meanwhile, China threatens to blacklist any films that feature Chinese villains, as U.S. producers discovered in 2012 when the Red Dawn remake was forced to undergo extensive reshoots and editing to change a plausible Chinese invasion of America into an unrealistic invasion by North Korean troops. China has never been able to challenge even just the U.S. Navy's Pacific forces, never mind the entire might of the American Navy. But in the last 10 years, China's ability to challenge the U.S. Navy has dramatically increased, with capabilities that it could only dream of when first Xi took power. First, China has developed a massive ballistic missile force, the largest in the world. So large, in fact, it's now officially its own branch of the Chinese military, the Chinese Liberation Army Rocket Force. The nation might still lag behind the United States when it comes to long-range targeting capabilities, but they have proven that they have the capability of hitting a mobile target far from their own shores, at least in testing. Under kinetic and electronic attack, it's not known how well the inexperienced Chinese military will actually perform. And that is key when considering discussing Chinese military might. For all their improvements in modernizing their forces and expanding capabilities, China is still a completely inexperienced military which has not fought a modern war. The last conflict it fought against Vietnam in the 70s was a humiliating affair even after Vietnam had been severely weakened by its long war against the US. Vietnam ended up fighting the Chinese to a standstill, and though China claimed victory, it was Chinese troops who ended up being forced to retreat back over the border. A lack of experience in modern combined arms warfare is a serious deficiency in Chinese forces, and the nation didn't even have a joint command structure until only recently, meaning that its different branches of the military had no way of working together in a combat scenario. The US, for instance, has a long tradition of joint command operations, allowing it to seamlessly integrate its various branches into a unified fighting force. Another critical deficiency for China is a lack of realistic training for its combat troops, though this too has begun to slowly improve over time. For much of its modern history, China's military would only undertake exercises that were rehearsed in advance and designed to make the military look good, while providing little if any actual training benefit. Chinese missiles aim to level the playing field against the vastly more experienced and capable US military, which has a robust training schedule for both its active duty and reserves, and is one of the most experienced militaries in the world. A missile doesn't need to be trained, and a salvo of missiles can quickly level the playing field. Thus, the PLARF is a serious threat to the United States Navy. Their missiles have steadily become more accurate, with the DF-3A long-range ballistic missile initially having a miss radius of 4,000 meters, and today one of only a few hundred meters. That's far from pinpoint accuracy, but if you're using nuclear weapons or a large enough number of missiles, accuracy is largely irrelevant, even against a moving carrier strike group. And China definitely has the missiles to spare. With approximately 2,200 long-range conventional ballistic missiles ready to engage the US Navy all the way across the Pacific, nearly to Hawaii, China has enough missiles to target every vessel in the US Pacific Command and overwhelm its anti-missile defenses. What's unknown, though, is how well the PLARF would operate in a contested environment against US kinetic, electronic, and cyber warfare assets. In order for a missile to strike its target, a long kill chain of assets must be protected from destruction or harassment. And the further away the target, the more vulnerable and critical this kill chain becomes. These kill chains can be aerial surveillance assets, satellites in space, ground and airborne radar, and all important data links, which must be protected from enemy attack and degradation. It's unknown how well China can defend its kill chains to ensure the rocket force can keep the US Navy out of the Pacific. But striking against its highest priority target doesn't require a very long kill chain. Thousands of China's missiles are aimed at the first stepping stone in China's ascension to dominate the world, Taiwan. This breakaway republic used to be Chinese territory until after World War II, when the Nationalist Party retreated to the island from the Communists. Initially a dictatorship, Taiwan grew ties with the United States and changed to a liberal democracy. But that democracy is only 100 miles offshore from a communist dictatorship that very much wants it back in the fold. For China, reclaiming Taiwan is of critical importance. For starters, the continued independence of the island nation is a thorn in the side of the Chinese Communist Party. Its liberal democracy is a direct challenge to Xi Jinping's authoritarian dictatorship, and sets an example that a growing number of young Chinese are eager to follow. This is a threat to the CCP's survival, as the last thing that the party wants is the Chinese people getting silly ideas like voting rights or free speech in their head. To counter Taiwan's influence, a robust censorship campaign targets and eliminates any pro-Taiwan or pro-democracy content on China's state-run social media. In China, this photo is illegal, and posting it can get you sent to jail. Mentioning the 1989 government slaughter of up to 4,000 student pro-democracy
pro-democracy protesters in Tiananmen Square is a good way to end up in prison for years. The image and the history of the slaughter are censored across all forms of Chinese media. For years, China has promised Taiwan that it would still be allowed to rule itself after reunification under its vaunted One Nation, Two Systems program that was implemented in Hong Kong after the handover by the British to the Chinese. One Nation, Two Systems was supposed to ensure that the people of Hong Kong would continue to enjoy their democratic freedoms and independence for 50 years after the British handover. But just between 1997 and 2007, 218 cases of breaching the rights of Hong Kong citizens were verified. Today, Beijing barely tries to hide its influence over Hong Kong as it intimidates critics, infiltrates the Hong Kong government with politicians it buys and pays for, and even uses the local police forces against protesters who wish for democracy. In 2019, Xi Jinping once more offered Taiwan a one-country, two-systems deal if it reunified with China, which Taiwan immediately and completely rejected. Given how China has treated Hong Kong, it's difficult not to see why Taiwan's president so quickly and thoroughly dismissed any idea of being lured back into the Chinese fold with the lie of one country, two systems. Taiwan knows that once China has a foothold on its island, the democratic rights and freedoms it's enjoyed for generations are over. Taiwan's independence, however, is more than just a threat to the Chinese Communist Party's future, it's also a major military embarrassment for a country that wishes to be seen as a superpower. The definition of a superpower is a nation which can project its cultural, economic, and political and military power across the entire planet, a role that currently only the United States can fulfill. If China can't even bring an island nation of 100 miles off of its coast to a heel, how is it supposed to project its military or political power globally? As long as Taiwan remains independent, it'll prove to the world that China is incapable of projecting military or political power even just off its own shores, and thus Taiwan must fall if China is to rise. Whether it happens peacefully with reunification or under armed invasion remains to be seen, but recent polls showed that over 90% of Taiwanese supported continued independence. Retaking Taiwan, though, also gives the Chinese military the breathing room necessary to kick the United States out of the Pacific for good. From Taiwan, the Chinese Navy and Air Force both would have a strategic high ground in the Pacific, so to speak, from which to defend the Chinese coast. As long as Taiwan remains closely aligned with the United States, China can't break out of what's known as the First Island Chain, an invisible line that runs from Japan to Taiwan to the Philippines. Today, there's no chance Taiwan is going to reunite with China, and the Chinese Navy can't pull off a cross-strait invasion of the island nation. But all that is changing, as the People's Liberation Navy slowly but steadily expands its inventory of amphibious assault ships and landing craft. In another few years' time, it's believed that China will have the necessary hardware to pull off a successful invasion, if they can keep the US air and naval power at bay. To that end, China has greatly expanded the size of its navy, with 355 ships, 145 of which are major surface combatants. It's now the numerically largest navy in the world, and many of its destroyers are more modern than aging US counterparts, though they don't pack as big of a punch with fewer missile cells per ship than the United States. Xi Jinping is dedicated to fully modernizing the Chinese military and fielding a world-class force by 2049, in time for the CCP's 100th anniversary, so the size and capabilities of the Chinese Navy will only continue growing. To counter this threat, the United States has undertaken a renewed shipbuilding program and accelerated the procurement of new classes of destroyers, submarines, and even aircraft carriers. However, the US has commitments all over the world, while China can focus the entirety of its forces on just one opponent, the United States. This is a major strategic problem for America in a future showdown with China, but the US has one big advantage that China lacks: allies. So it turns out authoritarianism is not a popular choice with most people, and acting like a regional bully isn't conducive to making friends. At the moment, China has no regional allies and few friends of any influence. Even its closest neighbors, for the moment, prefer to partner with the US than China. But this is where part 2 of China's plan to dominate the world comes to play: soft power. In order to push the United States out of the Pacific, China must wield enough economic and political power over its neighbors that it's able to force them under its influence and out of the US's. To that end, China has launched a multi-pronged offensive on its regional neighbors that includes charm, appeasement, political manipulation, and even outright economic coercion. Beijing's charm offensive has never worked out the way it hoped, and in fact ended up driving Australia even closer to the United States, to the point that the nation has now joined a trilateral pact with the US and UK to defend the Pacific. When Australia joined the United States in calling out China for its human rights abuses and genocide of the Uyghur people, China responded by economically punishing Australia, putting harsh tariffs on Australian goods, and resorting to outright sanctions. In response to these actions, a Chinese official said, "We'll not allow any country to reap benefits from doing business with China while groundlessly accusing and smearing China and undermining China's core interests based on ideology." The smear that insulted Beijing, Australia condemning the nation for photos like this, captured using a drone and smuggled out of the country, with a long history of chemically castrating Muslim minorities in its western provinces, separating families, imprisoning tens of thousands without a cause, and forcing Uyghur women to have abortions and undergo sterilization. China has rightly earned international condemnation for human rights abuses. The nation claims it's simply fighting extremism. The truth is, it's carrying out a quiet genocide, and an estimated million are already dead. But while Australia didn't bow to China's pressure to remain quiet on its human rights abuses and toe the Chinese Communist Party line, other small nations have because they have no choice. For nearly a decade now, China has undertaken its Belt and Road Initiative. The modern Silk Road is meant to improve China's access to international markets by building infrastructure both at home and abroad. The biggest beneficiaries have been smaller, less developed nations whom have received loans from the Chinese government to build much-needed infrastructure with Chinese firms, of course. But the problems come when the loans come due, as these generous loans provided by China often have outrageous repayment terms that China knew the host nation would never be able to adhere to, despite the promise of greatly increased economic activity. In most of these places, that promised economic boon never came, and so nation after nation has defaulted on these loans. Unable to repay, the countries have been forced to cede entire airports, shipyards, and railways to the Chinese government, giving up ownership entirely. China's Belt and Road Initiative has thus been retermed as modern colonialism, with China at the helm. But with most underdeveloped nations, the allure of Chinese economic prosperity will entice them to agree to just about anything Beijing offers, or commands of them. It's no surprise that many of these nations suddenly find their government filled with pro-China yes-men and importing tens of millions of dollars of surveillance technology. Along with Chinese infrastructure, all too often comes Chinese style of government, and the Chinese Communist Party has been all too glad to export its form of authoritarianism to the world and how to maintain a modern surveillance state. With exports to over 60 nations, Huawei has become the global leader in exporting surveillance tech, with China even building entire surveillance networks for host countries. Slowly but surely, China is changing governments around the world, and the US is inadvertently helping it. Under the Trump administration, the United States stepped back from its role as a global leader. This vacuum of power was quickly exploited by China, who was happy to infiltrate international economic and political organizations left reeling after a retreat from the United States. Due to ambiguity over the US's willingness to defend traditional Western values of liberal democracy and open markets, nations caught between a powerful authoritarian neighbor such as China and a desire for liberal freedoms found themselves questioning if it was politically survivable to continue to oppose the desires of their more powerful dictator next door. This was most obvious across the South Pacific, as nations such as Vietnam and Thailand were suddenly forced to consider the possibility that they may no longer count on US support to fend off Chinese political or military aggression. But the failure of the Trump administration to fill even basic State Department positions, hundreds of them, for over a year, was another blunder that China was happy to exploit, sending its diplomats all over the world. With no American presence on the ground, nations even as close to home as Suriname in South America turned to Chinese interests. Now, for the first time since the end of the 19th century, the United States faces growing influence of a major rival in its own backyard. If China gained a foothold in South America, it would be the first time since the 19th century that any rival power has had a presence in the Western Hemisphere. This is as intolerable to the United States today as it was in the 18th century when it removed Spain as the last European power with any influence in the US's side of the world. This is a strategic victory for America that no other nation on earth has ever enjoyed, as it allows the United States to maintain a forward presence with its military around the world, capable of quickly responding to aggression from any bad actor. If China gains a political and military foothold in South America, the United States will be forced to reel in some of its forces for homeland defense, severely weakening its place on the global stage. If the United States is to prevent China's ascension to global domination, it must once more take up the reins of a global leadership and cease its retreat from the world stage. Thankfully, while still too early to tell, it appears that a new American administration has dramatically changed course. However, China's growing economic influence is not something so easily countered, even if African and Middle East nations are growing increasingly aware of the exploitative nature of the Belt and Road Initiative. The same can be said about China's growing military might, with Taiwan finding itself in the difficult position of resisting a growing giant on its doorstep while unsure if the United States will really defend it or not. And as the US continues to hesitate on the global stage, the rest of the world is starting to have to ask itself the same question. Is it better just to appease the Chinese Communist Party or run the risk of becoming its next victim? Now go check out China's favorite torture methods, worst punishment series, or click this other video instead.